Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the City Council work session for Monday, March 1st, 2010, here in the Eileen Dondero Foley City Council chambers. I'd like to call the work session to order and ask, again, this evening's subject is the charter review, and we did briefly discuss this at our retreat. But it was later in the day and we had a very full agenda, and so a number of us felt it would be necessary and appropriate to have a work session so that we could come up with a direction as to where we might go with this, as we do have a time constraint that we're now dealing with. And so with that, I'll turn it over to Attorney Sullivan, and he can refresh our recollection as to what the options are.
For the people who are watching at home and might not have been present at our earlier discussion, my name is Robert Sullivan. I'm the city attorney for the city of Portsmouth. I have been that since 1982. Tonight's topic of discussion is municipal charters. Over my years with the city, I've been continually involved with the city charter. I have essentially written the current version of the city charter based upon instructions from a charter commission. We'll hear about what a charter commission is in a minute. And I've litigated charter questions to the New Hampshire Supreme Court. I have a lot of background in charter and charter issues. I have written very extensively over the years about charter matters, and tonight's presentation is drawn primarily from those writings which are made over the years. I think a good start for our discussion, and let me say this, I prefer a discussion to just a presentation, and I would invite members of the council to break in at any time with any questions. I think it probably works better to deal with the questions when they occur to the members of the council rather than try to hold them until the end, although at the end I think there will be time for questions and answers. A good starting point for any discussion about charters would be to answer the question, what is the charter? The charter is the constitution of the city. It is the document which lays out how the city government of the city of Portsmouth works. It creates the city council. It creates the school board. It creates the office of the city manager. And in our case, it also creates police and fire commission. The charter, in the grand scheme of law, is really at the level of a state law. It is higher, therefore, in priority than, say, a local ordinance. Charters, one of the ways which charters can come into existence is that the state legislature can, in fact, create a municipal charter. And that is how a great number of the municipal charters, including ours, actually come into existence. Prior to 1988, Portsmouth had a charter, but it didn't exist as a single document. It consisted of a compilation of numerous and varied acts of the state legislature and local referendum votes that had taken place over more than 100 years at different times, and these documents had to be all read together in some fashion, and we just kind of kept all the loose documents in a box, and when a charter question would come up, we'd go looking through the box trying to find something that related to it. Because of that situation, the city council back in the late 80s made the determination that the charter needed to be seriously looked at. What happened at that time was that the council created a charter commission, and again we'll hear more about the commission in a minute, and the charter commission back at that time undertook an unbelievably exhaustive analysis of the government of the city of Portsmouth and proposed a complete rewrite of the municipal charter, which was adopted by referendum vote. And from that time, in 1988, until the present, the city of Portsmouth has a single integrated document that constitutes our municipal charter. I know you all have copies of it. That document was written, as I said, by a charter commission, which I served as a legal advisor to that commission, and wrote what you see when you read the charter. I wrote it on the instruction of that elected commission. The specific item that brings us here tonight is because the charter that got written by that commission and adopted by the voters back at that time contains this sentence at section 1.8, quote, "Shall a charter commission be created to review and make recommendations concerning the provisions of the charter of the city of Portsmouth, and the charter requires that the city council at its first meeting of every decade vote on that question." As when this came up in the year 2000, the city council in this case now has deferred that question rather than vote on it with finality at its first meeting, and we are engaged in the process of studying how the council will respond to that question. There are options. A discussion of the options or understanding of the options really requires that the members of the public and the members of the council compare and contrast two different types of charter changes that are authorized by state law. The first is a charter amendment, and the second is a charter revision. Those are the terms used by New Hampshire state law as being the only two ways in which charters can be changed, one or the other. Now let's start, I think, with the charter amendment. Before we get into those, the state law allows charters to be revised or amended by initiation from two separate sources. The first, in our case, would be the city council can initiate either an amendment or a charter. The second is that the citizens of the city, by getting a certain number of signatures on petitions, can also initiate either type of charter change. Because we're here tonight to talk about what the council can do, disregarding at this point the citizen process, but I think it's important for people to know that it's out there if somebody wished to try and follow it. In terms of what the council can do, an amendment is far and away the simplest type of charter change that the city council could authorize. An amendment is described by state law this way. An amendment to the municipal charter is the enactment or repeal of a single section or subsection of a charter pertaining to any one subject matter in any related section, the meaning or operation of which is changed as a result of the enactment or repeal. This is an important change in state law. Back in 1988, when we went through this, an amendment was deemed to be a minor change in the charter, and a revision was deemed to be a major change in the charter. Those terms were susceptible to a lot of different kind of interpretations, and to resolve those ambiguities, the legislature adopted this new definition. So we now know that an amendment is a single change in the charter and changes that are made necessary thereby. If the city council wished to propose an amendment to the city charter, the process is really quite simple. All that the council has to do is to hold a public hearing. There's procedural steps that need to be taken in terms of notice and when it's published and et cetera. But at its bottom line, the city council can propose an amendment to the city charter simply by having a public hearing on that amendment and placing the amendment on an available municipal ballot, because both amendments and revisions have as a final step in their adoption a referendum vote. Municipal charters cannot be changed without a referendum vote of the citizens of the city. Sure.
Is that a simple majority?
Yes. The other type of change to the city charter authorized by statute, charter revision, is really an entirely different kettle of fish. It is defined quite differently, and most importantly, has a drastically different procedure which needs to be followed. A revision is this. A revision means multiple changes in the basic form of government proposed by several enactments or repeals. In other words, a reworking of the charter, or the fundamentals of the charter. If the council,
Tony?
I was going to let him finish a little bit more.
Okay.
I wanted to be clear, though, maybe you're going to get into this. Just because there could be multiple simple amendments doesn't make it a revision.
that's correct. I believe that it is possible for the council to place more than one proposed amendment on the referendum ballot. However, some care needs to be taken because there's a sort of an intellectual honesty required here. And if the sum total of the proposed amendments added up to a revision, then I think the possibility that the whole proposal could be overturned in court becomes, existent. If the city council decided that major changes in the form of the charter were necessary, multiple changes, let's say if the city council wanted to go to a strong mayor form of government, in which the mayor was the actual day-to-day chief administrator of the city, that would clearly be a revision. If the city council wanted to take that kind of major change, then the procedure is it calls for 3 separate citywide votes, each carefully constrained in time periods and public notices, and essentially the votes come down to the city council has to put on the referendum ballot the question of whether or not the citizens want to have a charter commission. Only a commission can implement a revision. If the voters vote yes on that, then the council is required by state law to set a second election at which 9 members of the citizenry of the city would be elected as commissioners. That was election number 2. The commissioners would then have to follow a very structured process in which over the course of 225 days, the commissioners would have to produce their recommendation for a revised charter. At that time, the council would then be required, it's not optional, the council would be required to put that revised charter on a ballot for an election, and if adopted by the voters, the revised charter would become the charter of the city. That complex process will figure into a comparison of the advantages and disadvantages of each that we're going to get to in a minute. I happen to remember very well the charter revision process that was followed back in the late 80s, and what I recall is during the 225-day period that charter commission had to do its work and report to the city council, I personally attended 90 night meetings. It was, painstaking public meetings and public discussions of every bit of the charter, and it took 90 meetings. And ultimately did produce the charter that we have. But I point out the tediousness of the process only because the suggestion that there be a charter revision is not something that I would hope the city council would go to lightly. Now, the state law authorizes charters to be amended, as we've discussed, and authorizes commissions to consider revisions, as we've discussed. There is a third concept that I would like to interject into our discussion, and that is not something created by state law. It's actually something that was created right here in Portsmouth by the City Council in the year 2000. When that City Council was faced with the question you were faced with, shall a charter commission be created, that City Council determined after some discussion not to propose an amendment to the charter nor to propose a revision, but rather to create a charter committee consisting at that time of some councilors and some citizens, although the charter committee could consist of anyone that the City Council wanted to put on it. And the purpose of that committee was to avoid getting into the structured process of either amendment or revision, and instead have a more informal process under which interested citizens and councilors could meet and discuss the charter and propose to the council whether there ought to be amendments or maybe there ought to be a revision. And the committee in that case actually did propose some amendments, and some of those amendments are part of our city charter right now, having been adopted by referendum vote. And the one that comes immediately to my mind is the Human Resource Department, which by charter, we have a single Human Resource Department that performs all of human resource functions that are common to all the city departments, including police, fire, schools, and the general city government. There are actually other amendments that have been adopted. One relates to information technology, and I think there may be one or two more. But in any event, those amendments actually came about not because the council initially itself thought we should have an amendment. They came about because the council created this charter committee, which then recommended to the council that we have some amendments, and the council implemented the amendments. Councilor Kleber? System manager.
Sure. What is the time span here? I mean, could it take years for this committee to accomplish their?
A charter commission really can't be done in less than a year. If you were going to create a commission to propose revisions, it has to take more than a year. Charter amendments, we have already confirmed, the city clerk did this, confirmed with the Secretary of State that if the City Council wished to propose amendments this year, as long as those amendments were proposed in time for the ballot to be prepared, say by late August, then that charter amendment question or those charter amendment questions could go on the ballot as early as this coming November, in which case the amendments would probably become effective January 1st, 2011. And that's about the fastest that things could happen, any changes in the charter could happen, unless the council really felt extraordinary need to call special elections, et cetera.
Okay.
So, we've now discussed amendments, revisions, commissions, and committees. I'd like to briefly compare what I think are the advantages and disadvantages of each for your consideration. The charter revision, let's start with revision. The big advantage of charter revision is a lot can really be done. The entire form of the city government could be changed. And that's the only way that the entire form of city government can be changed. Can't be done by amendment, and it certainly can't be done by a committee. The charter revision process contains by statute a very orderly manner in which that revision will come about. It's very structured. Once the city council casts the first die, then everything that happens thereafter for the next year or so strictly regulated by state law, up to and including whether or not a revised charter will be adopted. I guess the council members will judge for themselves whether this is an advantage or a disadvantage. But in the revision process, the city council actually has very little to say. The council sets the ball rolling, but then others determine in what direction that ball rolls. If the council wished to, assign this kind of heavy lifting to others, then this is an advantage. If the council wanted to itself be the determinant of what changes might come about as a result of changing the charter, then the revision process is a poor vehicle to use because councilors will have little to say. Some perceived disadvantages of this revision process are that the process is lengthy, time-intensive, requires at least 3 citywide votes, and would take up to 2 years to complete. So the revision process, as I said, does not lend itself to tuning up the city charter. It really only lends itself to major changes. On the charter amendment process, what I see as being the advantages you might want to consider is that it is relatively speedy and efficient, essentially requiring only one city council and one referendum vote. You can make an amendment happen with not much more effort than it would take you to adopt a traffic ordinance or a new provision in the zoning ordinance. The charter amendment process is perfectly suited to the city council controlling sort of surgical changes in the charter. If the council made a determination that some particular thing needed to be done, then rather than hand it off to a commission or take some other action, the council could itself make that fine decision. This is the change we want to make, and you could put it on a ballot for the voters to go up or down with it. This really leads me to this. The disadvantage of the revision, as I said, is I think that the city council has very little control. An advantage of the amendment process is that the city council has complete control. Every single word of what would go onto the municipal ballot would be voted upon by the city council. A couple of disadvantages to the amendment process are, number one, it has to be limited to a single issue. You can't do anything too widespread working within the city charter by the amendment process. It's got to be a single issue. And that's really the main disadvantage, I think. So what this brings, I'm about to get the hook, I see, from the mayor. What this brings the city council to in terms of your options in dealing with the question contained in the city charter are really three. Number one, you can determine that perhaps the city needs a charter revision, and you can start that process going to create a charter commission. Number two, you could propose an amendment or a series of charter amendments and hold a public hearing and put them on a ballot. Or number three, you could create a charter committee comprised of such people as you determine appropriate to study the matter and issue a report back to you. And that, Your Honor, I think brings us to where we are.
Perfectly fine. Appreciate that. So now we've had it outlined again, and it saved time. I think, even though it took some time, it is complex, but I think we've heard it twice now, and that helps us. So with that, let's talk about it, and maybe we can come up with a direction. Ken.
One question, if I may, for the city attorney. If we did a charter committee and they came back with a recommendation that would not be an amendment but actually was a revision, do we stop the committee at that point and then start a charter commission?
If the charter committee recommended to the city council that significant changes were required in the city charter such that they couldn't be accomplished by amendment but had to be accomplished by revision, and the city council wanted to accept that recommendation from the committee, then you would have no choice but to begin the process to create a charter commission.
Thank you.
I have a question. I saw, Jerry, go ahead.
Just something you said, if a committee is established, we're now bound to accept their recommendation. Is that what
That's right. Whereas, let's say a charter commission, you are obligated to move forward with what they recommend. A charter committee would be an entity wholly of your creation, and they would have to operate under whatever terms and conditions you gave to the committee, and you would not be obligated to follow any recommendation that the committee might make or not make.
I'm just going to ask a question. You know, if people were to look at not the city council or the school board, which are both formed by the charter, but the fire commission or the police commission.
Yes.
It's been bandied about, so I don't think I'm stealing anyone's thunder by saying, if they were to be proposed to be abolished, would that be in the nature of an amendment or a revision?
Yeah, because the fire commission, I remember distinctly, actually came into existence as a result of an amendment to the charter.
So therefore, that which beget it would, okay. Eric.
That idea actually leads me to think about, when we think about abolishing the fire commission, there's a whole spectrum of possibilities between having a commission be appointed or having no commission or having, I was thinking because there's so many different facets to this, not just that commission, but there, in terms of how so some persons contributed having staggered terms for councilors, all kinds of different ideas. I hazard to think that we would work it out in a work session, the 9 of us. And so I kind of like the idea that we did back in 2000 by having a committee, maybe of councilors and maybe the public, to form some of these ideas and report back to us in a timely fashion to make it in time for this year's ballot.
Noted, Councilor Spear. Anyone care to, and I'm not beyond trying to march through this and say, you know, if people feel strongly right now that they've been assailed by so many people that we need to completely change our form of government, which I for one have not, then we could go down the road of revision right now. With amendment, you understand the single issue nature of it, so it's difficult to deliberate and so forth. So you get to the committee portion, and I'll just offer this. If the committee were offered with a time certain, a quick turnaround, and the right public input, as we typically would do, the whole idea would be to get them back to us in a seasonable fashion. Perhaps they'll come back with a significant recommendation like a revision, but I think let's assume that we come back with amendments in the nature of you could do this or that with this, you know, city body or that kind of thing, or staggered elections or whatever it may be. Those kinds of things are things that the council could then deliberate. If we just do it by motion practice and I'm putting an amendment on the floor, and then we, you know, I think that it's less wieldy. We could do it that way, and I'll just offer as a suggestion procedurally, because we're used to working together as a city council. I mean, we could conceivably do that in a series of city council work sessions and try to work up amendments. The concern that I have, and maybe some of you may have, is that given what's on our plate, given what we're trying to do between now and the end of June, you know, that's a significant time commitment, and I think we're already pretty well committed. So, you know, if people want to weigh in on their comfort level with these different options, that'd be really helpful. Bob.
Just, I certainly respect the work that was done with the Charter Commission in 1988, and have used this in different ways over the years. I, for one, I agree with you. With everything we have on our plate, to add amendments just to look at this, I'm not sure whether that's a good use of time.
How do you feel about a committee? Meaning a bifurcated committee, partial council, partial public
What would
selection?
be the expected timeline for the committee to come back and make a recommendation?
We can talk about that
Can I
and get a
just say-
recommendation.
My only recommendation is based upon this. If the council wants to have charter amendments on the ballot in November, then you have to complete your work sometime in August. So I think if you create a committee, you should give it an instruction to return to you early summer, perhaps.
July. And then we've got to deliberate. And once we're on that, if there's any significance to the issues that we start dealing with, that's going to take the air out of the room, and that's what we're going to be doing, which is fine, but that's the timing.
So
Yeah.
I guess I'd follow up with, is there significance of the issues that we need to pursue those to be able to form a committee to?
Well, let's
do
hear
that.
from other counselors and see how they feel.
I just have a question. If we, say we just let this lie, and we want to bring it up in a year or 2 years, or, you know, outside that 10-year cycle, can we do that?
Yes. You can initiate either the amendment process or the revision process really any time that the council might desire to start.
Okay. Given that information, I am right now thinking that we have so much on our plate, and we have so many real concerns that, not that this might be a concern, not a concern, that I would suggest that we continue with what we're working on and put this on the back burner.
We have a suggestion to hold. There's fold and there's play the cards. Jerry?
I think this issue has been brought up enough. Even the Herald's writing about it now, so we ought to address it. I think we ought to set up a committee, have them come back to us by the end of June, because we need 2 months to deliberate. And all our budget stuff is done by June.
Well, you know,
So we've got July and August where we have a more normal sort of schedule to deal with this. And if we don't want to deal with it, we decide not to deal with it. But I think we ought to make a decision rather than postpone.
we could table it then. The other choice would be, we also have within our rights to charge that committee. So we could narrow the scope of what that committee does and be within our rights?
Completely within your rights, the committee will have to do whatever you instruct it to do.
I agree with Councilor Hetmatic, only because what if our budget situation next year is like it is this year? You know, everybody's predicting that it's not going to get any easier for the next few years. So a year from now, we might find ourselves in the same situation we are now. We haven't done anything. So maybe we should do it now.
Others? Sure, Tony. I use your first names in work sessions, and then I go to the formal in the meetings. You get that, I hope.
I'll respond to most anything.
Yes. Well,
The,
that's great. Useful in politics.
I agree with the assistant mayor and Councilor Ekmonic. I like that idea of establishing the committee of a mixture of councilors and members of the public or other boards.
Others? Ken?
I'm going to agree with Councilor Kennedy. I think that I have not had a phone call saying that there's anything wrong with the charter. If we are going to look at the charter, I really think it should be done at a time when we can control the flow of it. And I'd rather see the flow of it hit on a municipal cycle of an election, as opposed to everything else that happens. And I don't want it to get lost in a statewide election. Our next municipal one, obviously, is a year and a half away. And that way, the citizens are voting not only for council members, but if there are revisions, then they're voting on their city issues, not trying to mix it up with what's coming out of Washington or anything coming out of the state level. So I think if we just pull back, I'm not saying don't go forward with the committee, but why do we want to constrain ourselves where we really don't have to force ourselves into it by forming the committee now, or even if we form the committee now, by pushing it so much that they have to get their work done by August, and then we have to move quickly, because we know what happens when we move too fast. Things falls in the cracks.
If we, just picking up on that thought, let's say I'm just going to say right here, there's probably 7 of us probably want to proceed with some sort of committee. On the other hand, the timing issue is well considered on both your parts. So maybe one thing that we might consider if we talk about this is, we could conceivably have a report out timely. That does not mean we need to put anything on a ballot. And that does not mean that we need to vote at that time. Could we not table a report and, depending upon what issues arise? I mean, again, I'm not, other than the commissions, I can't think of, I know 1 or 2 councilors have talked about some other minor structural changes to the council, but by no means a unanimous group have done that. Could you get a report out, make a determination as a city council that, you know what, we're not going to go forward for this election, answer the question or table the vote for the question?
It would be entirely a city council decision whether to follow the recommendations of a committee, to not follow the recommendations of the committee, or to take some entirely different action that the committee might not have even thought of.
All right. So we have complete control, and that speaks to the time concerns. So the next issue would be if all of us, other than you and Councilor Dwyer, is not present, so I can't speak for her, but the rest of us appear that we want to proceed with some sort of committee. That said, in properly charging that committee, what I might suggest is, and I'll just get the city attorney to look at me while I'm saying this, if we were to bring back some sort of a simple charge, and those of you can contact me with interest that you have in that simple charge, come back with a simple charge, we could debate it and vote it, because I think we need to vote that, correct? And then we need to vote who makes the selection of individuals as well, because it's not the same as the usual.
It's not the same as usual. On that latter point, what happened in 2000 was that then Mayor Sorrell proposed the membership of the Charter Committee for vote. It was adopted in a single vote.
We can talk about, okay. So if we do that, we'll come back with a charge, hopefully by March 15th, and be ready to talk about that. And I'll be mindful in the charge of the timing issues to see if there's a way that we can address that and make it a good, solid charge so that there's no confusion with this committee going forward. Committees go in a bad direction if there isn't a good roadmap. So we're done a hair early, and we have time to, yes?
Do we have to have our concerns for that charge?
What we will do, we're going to have a draft charge. So the draft charge could be on for a vote, or it could be on for informational from a timing perspective. And I see no reason to have it on for a vote. But if we come up with a charge, people might suggest revisions, then we could put it on for a vote at the first meeting in, it would be the... March 15th? March 15th? Well, if we, no, because today's March 1st. So if we come back with a charge, I think your concern might be councilors don't have sufficient time to absorb, respond, and think about it if we voted it on March 15th. So the question then would be, do we bring back a draft from an informational perspective on March 15th, trying to take into account concerns that we have? That gives us 30 days, effectively, to get it on for the first meeting in April. And so I know that makes the timing short, but we're going to be sensitive to the timing and how we perhaps do the charge. Yeah.
Concurrently, should we, not to presume how this committee will be formed by members of the public, council, whatever, presumably we want to get people, members of the public that are interested in being in this committee to make themselves known. imagine.
I think we'll have to make sure that we do a good informational on that, and that gives us more time to do that as well, rather than have it to be perceived as a quick-moving thing with, house picks and all that. I'd rather have it be, obviously a little time for it to be wide open. 30 days is probably enough, and we may find as a council that it votes down if timing-wise that isn't going to work. We will have to think of composition, and I've just, given past precedents, I'm going to ask that we'll come forward with a composition. Certainly we can tweak that any way you want, but we'll come forward with something that seems reasonable. We'll look at the past committee and how that was comprised and try and come up with something that seems reasonable, and then we'll have time to deliberate. Further discussion or comments on this one? All right. Well, we'll close this up, Howard, and we'll start at 7 o'clock. Good evening, everyone. I'd like to call the Portsmouth City Council regular meeting to order for Monday, March 1st, 2010, from here in the Eileen Dondero Foley City Council chambers. And at this time, I would like to ask if the city clerk would call the roll.
Mayor Farini.
Here.
Assistant Mayor Noveline Clayburgh.
Here.
Councilor Lister.
Here.
Councilor Hetmanic.
Here.
Councilor Spear.
Here.
Councilor Dwyer is absent. Councilor Coviello.
Here.
Councilor Kennedy.
Here.
Councilor Smith.
Here.
Thank you. At this time, I would like to ask Councilor Smith to lead us in a moment of silence, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you.
Please join me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
This time we have two proclamations that we're going to read. The first is for Music in Our Schools Month, and my friend and our Music and Arts Director, Wendell Purrington, is here, I believe. There he is. And we're going to ask Councilor Spear to read the proclamation, and then I'll present this to you.
Thank you. Whereas March is designated as Music in Our Schools Month by the Music Educators National Conference, and whereas the study of music contributes to young people's development through heightened skills in listening, reading, self-expression, and creativity, and whereas music and other arts significantly enhance the morale and quality of the school environment, and whereas music education in the Portsmouth Public Schools includes a broad range of types of music and active musical experiences and opportunities for all students, and whereas the City of Portsmouth is enormously proud of the many achievements at the local, state, regional, and national levels of elementary, middle, and high school students and staff. Now, therefore, I, Thomas Farini, Mayor of the City of Portsmouth, on behalf of the members of the City Council and the citizens of Portsmouth, do hereby proclaim the month of March 2010 as Music in Our Schools Month, focusing on the theme Music, Just Imagine, and urge all citizens to support the purposes and practice of music education and encourage students, teachers, parents, and all citizens to participate in and recognize the importance of music education programs in our schools.
Thank you, Councilor Spear. And Wendell, if you'd like to come up and take the proclamation. If you wish to say a few words, that would be most welcome as well.
My good friends, Portsmouth has always been known as a city that espouses the 3 A's: academics, athletics, and the arts. I trust that the school board and the city council will continue to support those 3 A's, making our city the fine place it is to live and to be educated. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next, we do not have, to my knowledge, someone here from the Red Cross, but we're going to ask Councilor Bob Lister to read a proclamation regarding Red Cross Month.
Thank you. A proclamation. Whereas the Great Bay Chapter of American Red Cross has served the citizens of Portsmouth and other seacoast communities for more than 92 years, and whereas through a collaborative effort with local governments and other members of the local emergency community, the Great Bay Chapter and its partners are better able to serve Portsmouth and 39 other Great Bay Area communities. And whereas the local American Red Cross chapter continues to lead the effort to prepare for and respond to disasters, including 5 emergencies in Portsmouth in 2009. And whereas last year alone, hundreds of Portsmouth and other Seacoast area residents took the time to learn life-saving skills through the Great Bay Chapter, including first aid, CPR, how to use a defibrillator, and whereas the Red Cross collects over half of our critical blood supply, and numerous volunteers from Portsmouth last year gave the gift of life, and whereas the Great Bay Chapter also connected 8 U.S. military families from Portsmouth with their loved ones deployed across the country and around the world, helping them share the times of great personal sorrow and joy. Now, therefore, I, Thomas G. Farini, Mayor of the City of Portsmouth, do hereby join with all the members of the City Council in proclaiming the month of March 2010 as American Red Cross Month.
Thank you, Bob. And let me also say it's an appropriate time to offer consideration of Red Cross Month, that we did have a difficult weather event in the last 4 days, and I want to make sure that we all thank our police, fire, city workers, volunteers, people who helped and made sure that everybody was safe and sound. It was a lot of hard work on all fronts. We thank the city manager and his staff and everyone else who worked hard to make sure that it was as painless as possible, so thank you very much. And now we move on to item 5, which is acceptance of the minutes of the meeting of February 16th, 2010.
So move.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Discussion regarding the minutes. Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
None opposed, that's unanimous. We now come to the public comment session, not to be confused with the public hearing which will later be held with regard to the capital improvement plan. There are 7 speakers who have signed up, and for those of you that have, many of you appear to be veterans of the process. Just to remind you, you have 3 minutes to speak. At 2.5 minutes, the city attorney will show you a sign that indicates you have 30 seconds remaining, and when you have reached the end of your time, he will hold up a thank you indicating that your time is done. We just ask that as you come forward, if you would please state your name and address for the record, and then we'd be happy to hear from you on the subject of your choice. In this case, our first speaker is, it's Joseph Keane. Joseph Kane. Okay, my apologies. Joseph Kane, 117 Bow Street.
My name is Joseph Kane. I live at 117 Bow Street, and I come to address the licensing of the Bow Street Fair. And let me proceed, say first, all the people on Bow Street support the Bow Street Theater. We have always supported, I personally have supported them in many ways, but it's become intolerable safety-wise for the Bow Street Fair operating in the middle of July. They operate on, I don't know, I'll leave this here, but it shows where the tents are for the stands for the Bow Street Theater. And this is an ambulance with 2 feet on either side for passage and a fire. You cannot get vehicles down Bow Street, so that all of these residents are without any access to fire or ambulance. The demographics have changed since 1992. There were only a very few residents there. In River Edge, there were only 2. The building next door, built by Joe Sautel, was not built, and it has really become a serious problem. I know that the city has always wanted to block streets and have community events and everything else. I do believe that this is the only one that blocks the streets with structures. Races, road races, bicycle races, Market Square days, they put goods out on the curb, but the streets are passable. This Bow Street and this fair is not passable at all. We have offered in kind the suggestion that the Bow Street Theater Fair move down to the parking lot next to the Bean Building. There are almost as many allowable tents in that area, in that parking place, if that were shut off, as there would be doing all Bow Street. It's at the foot of Bow Street, it's near the theater, and will allow them to make their income in a way that would not be interruptive to the residents on Bow Street. And I was asked by some people that, to me, it's an issue entirely of safety. Some people have asked me to speak about the inconvenience. You couldn't get your cars parked away. You can't get stuff at home. If guests come, they can't you can't come anywhere near the homes. But I really think the issue is safety. Thank you.
Thank you. Our second speaker this evening, Hank Stebbins, regarding the Bow Street Fair.
Take it if you want. Did you want to hand that in?
Yeah, you want to hand that in to the city clerk?
I do.
I'll take it.
And I hear, the residents did, and I'll leave them here, the residents did sign a petition, and not all of them, because most of them are south, but the age bracket that, and those, and yet outlined some of the things that we talked about.
Be happy to accept that for the record.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm Hank Stebbins. I live at 135 Bow Street. Members of the council, city officials. It's a wonderful city, and part of the greatness of the city is its arts and the theater. And those of us who live on Bow Street support the theater. So what I'm here to talk about tonight is not something that will detract from the theater. But I do want to express a concern. Last summer in early June, I was riding my bicycle and was hit by a car. And I was in the hospital for a long time, and when I was released from the hospital and was able to go home, I found that a great concern when the Bow Street Fair was run, because I was susceptible to needing emergency care. And I honestly believe, and my wife honestly believed, that an ambulance couldn't get to our home. And it concerned me. As an injured person, for the first time I saw what the elderly, and there are many older people who live on Bow Street, have to be concerned about. In my condominium alone, there are people who have suffered from strokes, from severe illness that ambulances have had to come. And if that happened during the Bow Street Fair, it would be very difficult. I think Mr. Kane's shown, I understand that the city manager has told me this evening that there is access for fire and ambulance, but having been there, having seen it, I find it very hard to believe that there could be quick ambulance emergency support to the people on that street. What I think we're asking is not that we stop the Bow Street Fair, but perhaps that the way that it's laid out with tents on either side of the street, it creates too narrow a passageway for emergency vehicles. And if we could move some of those tents, perhaps one side of the street tents, down to the parking area at the foot of Bow Street, there would still be access on Bow Street to the theater, which I think the theater wants. The theater wants people to come up and see and be near the theater. There would certainly be plenty of room for tents, and it could still certainly be the Bow Street Fair, but it would open up enough room so that those of us who live on Bow Street, who may need emergency vehicles and emergency services, would be comfortable that they could have access to our homes. So that's what we're here to ask tonight. Not that we stop the Bow Street Fair, not even that we take it all the way off of Bow Street, but that we move half of the tents, one half of the tent size, down to the parking area, so that it still would be accessible, would still be a community event, and would be near the fair. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jane James.
My name is Jane James, and I'm here as the president of ArtSpeak. We're very aware of the budget concerns and would like to propose the following. And this is relative to Fire Station 2 and the public art. From the proposed funds for public art at Fire Station 2, we would propose having the $14,000 or so that has been allocated to move Rusty. That is, move Rusty and make the pad and the associated benches and, I believe, a fire pole. We would like to say that of the almost $36,900 that's been allocated for public art, we would like to propose that we arrange that $14,000 or so to move Rusty would come out of that amount, and the remaining would go towards public art. And we respectfully hope that you can see your way clear to do something in that nature, and we understand and we're hoping that this is, in the idea of new budgets, that's something that might work. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mary Lou McElwain.
Thank you. Mary Lou McElwain, 259 South Street. And I would like to address the parking garage. I have a fear that the parking garage plans are on the fast track. And I'd like to see the brakes put on these plans until the dust settles on several of the projects that are ongoing in Portsmouth now, and many that haven't even been started yet. The three major projects that haven't been started are the middle school, the Islington Street corridor, and the sewage treatment plant. I think that in the past, I know that in the past 8 to 10 years, Portsmouth has seen a lot of growth in about a quarter-mile spokes that come out from Market Square. It's been very disruptive, and I don't think there's been a chance for residents to actually see the impact of all of this construction. Bow Street has been torn up, Route 33, State Street. There's going to be a major building at the end of State Street, the condominium, which I think is going to be a shocking size to most of the residents when they see it completed. And over the past, I would say, 9 to 12 months, it seems that every street you go into in Portsmouth, there's been a detour sign or you're held up in traffic. So there's just been a lot going on. And as far as the parking garage goes, I'd like to see some hard and fast numbers as to why these plans are proposed in the first place. I think we need to know when the numbers of 400 to 800 spaces are given out, what is it? Is it 400 spaces or is it 800 spaces? There's Port Walk is giving us 200 spaces. I think we should just wait to see what is happening. Our businesses downtown have been very affected by every single project that's gone on throughout the city. Winter is especially hard for our businesses, and we are seeing empty storefronts. I think that the construction in Portsmouth I know it has an impact on downtown businesses. There are alternatives that I think we should be looking at. Portsmouth Sustainability Committee will probably have some ideas that are coming out of their transportation committee. I think we should look at better bike paths, safer walking. Satellite parking is mentioned in an editorial that was in the Portsmouth Herald. I did go on the city's website to try and get that information under the parking and transportation. I am assuming that, excuse me, so I've got the wrong glasses on.
30 seconds.
Okay. I think that's coast parking. Well, those coast buses don't run on holidays and on weekends, so that anybody who would like to come into town, wants to use satellite parking, would not be able to. So I'm just asking that we really look at the entire picture and give us some hard and fast numbers. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Peter Bresciano regarding public funding for art.
Thank you, Mayor, City Council members, and staff. Ms. James almost put my brakes on there. I wasn't going to come up here if she had said they were going to give up to $39,000, but looks like that's not the case. So I'm going to urge the City Council to go ahead and approve the motion to reconsider the November 16th action on the appropriations of $39,000 for the arts down at the fire station. And many of you, I think probably all of you, except for a small portion, weren't on the board back in, or on the council back in 2004 when I ranted and raved about the Art Speaks. And I haven't changed my views very much on it. And I think that maybe we ought to look at taking a hard look at the inventory that we have of city art and start using that in this time of economic crisis. I mean, you take a look at the budget, you're proposing a 4% below last year's budget, and here we are spending $39,000 on art. And we still got the renovation of the middle school to go, which could be a substantial amount for the arts. I'll give you an example of art that's in the city already, boxed up. We have plaster reliefs down at the Public Works Department that were donated or that were given to the high school by the class of 1909. We could have used those as art down at the high school, the new high school. That was never done. Why wasn't that proposed by Art Speed? I think Art Speed has done a disservice in that they're saying that there already has been an inventory, and they, in their cultural plan or on their website, they talk about doing an inventory of city art, and I don't think they've done that, because the 2002 inventory is massive. It's that thick. And it deals with documents. It deals with abatements in 1915 to 1918. It deals in all kinds of stuff. If you were to look and try and find a piece of art in there, you'd be spending all day looking to find art that could be put in different public buildings. So I think before the city council starts allocating funds for the arts, you need to take a hard look at the art we already have stored in the city and using that in buildings that we're building and buildings that we're renovating. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Bill St. Laurent regarding city contracts.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. Bill St. Laurent, 253 Colonial Drive. I'm just here to address the letter that you have in your packet from the association. I know it sounds repetitive, but I just want to show you how much importance we feel toward this letter, that you take a good and hard look at it and just don't pass it off as a letter from another group. The major facts in this. Now you're having a very tough time with this budget. I can understand that. But where is the percentages? Where are the monies coming from to pay in this budget? And it's salaries, it's benefits, 84 to 85% of it. So I think I think the employees for the city of Portsmouth have to realize that we're all in tough shape. And you don't have to be told, and I say it over and over again, but we have people who are out of work, looking for jobs, people who are having it tough to pay their rents and so on. So, you read the paper and you see the different towns that are now putting freezes on salaries. Something's got to be done. I mean, we're hearing. I've been to several public hearings where, the people don't want to lose the services. Well, in some cases we might have to, but that's not where the impact of this budget is. So, we'd like you to take a serious look at it, and not just, like I said, cast off our letter. And also, I'm going to throw this in, and please vote for the reconsideration, the art, and vote not to spend this money because you've been asked by the Fire Commission not to spend it, and plus the fact that we as the association were the first ones to propose that you not spend this money. So thank you very much.
Thank you. And our final speaker for public comment this evening, Eric Anderson, regarding the ordinance and 1% for the arts.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and City Councilors. My name is Eric Anderson, 38 Georges Terrace in Portsmouth. First, I wanted to, say that I was glad to hear that the City Council has recognized the municipal employees of the city for doing a great job this weekend over the weather event. Thank God that stuff doesn't happen on a weekly basis, but I think they're recognizing that. I think was an admirable thing. I hope that the City Council later in the meeting takes on or addresses the issue with regards to the art tax, the 1% art tax, and the $39,000. It's already been bonded out, I believe, by a previous action of the council for that art project, and hopefully they'll have the ability to revisit it, I think, over some of the public comments that you heard this evening and maybe at the last meeting. I think the thing that was most notable to me at the last meeting was when Mr. Gamester came up as I think, a position of the Fire Commission to have that readdressed. And it might just not be necessary. And hopefully in these times, the City Council can appreciate that comment and revisit it and take an appropriate action. Also, I believe later on in the meeting you might have some discussion with regards to traffic details. And I think this is an issue that might, find some interesting discussion in the fact of that right now, currently, I think the city ordinance pretty much dominates how traffic details are supposed to be conducted in the city. And it's just an observation, but it is a visual observation, I think, amongst many citizens to see the amount and the cost of that type of traffic detail that goes on in the city over the course of time. And it might be approached in a different manner if that ordinance has the ability to be revisited. I don't know how that discussion will proceed, but I think it's on the agenda later on. It's on your agenda later on, and I hope you can have a discussion to see what that might do to potentially save some costs for the city. Finally, I believe according to the schedule, April 14th is when you're going to be having another public hearing with regards to the budgets for the police, fire, and municipal budgets for fiscal year 2011. The only budget that I think that the public can actually view right now with any detail is the CIP. And from my understanding, the budgets for the police, fire, and the municipal won't be available till April 12th, which is 2 days prior to the public hearing. It's very hard for anybody that wants to, comment on that, to only have 2 days to have the ability to review that. Maybe I'm wrong, but at least that's my understanding. I've tried to find those budgets on the website. They're just unavailable now. But a 2-day time span to review those is kind of short. I know they're for somebody to come up and participate on the 14th. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and that closes the public comment session. We now move on to the portion of the agenda labeled public hearing, and I'm going to speak briefly to that, and then we're going to have a presentation. I know there are a number of you here patiently waiting to speak in the public hearing regarding the CIP, and I'll talk about the rules of the public hearing in a moment, but before I turn it over to the city manager, I'll just say that the CIP, despite the fact that a number of you may be here for a particular issue, is obviously a comprehensive plan that deals with investment in the city going forward, and you'll see from the presentation that it is extensive in nature. So I ask you to be patient, and I appreciate that. And with that, I will turn it over to our city manager.
Thank you, Your Honor, and good evening. The purpose of tonight's public hearing is to present to the City Council and the public the proposed capital improvement plan for 2011 through 2016. This 6-year plan that we bring before you this evening is in accordance with state and local requirements. Sections 7.6, 7.7, and 7.8 of the City Charter outline the requirements and procedures for drafting and updating the capital improvement plan on an annual basis. The process of developing this plan started this past fall when a memorandum went out to all department heads asking them to update and identify any new projects and equipment that they felt should be included in the capital improvement plan. Once all the proposals were submitted, they were then reviewed by a subcommittee made up of members from the Planning Board. Those members were Planning Board Chair John Ritchie, Planning Board members Paige Robert, and Anthony Belkinsop. City staff on the committee included Rick Tainer, Planning Director, Andrew Pergel, Controller, and myself. The plan that you have before you was reviewed in detail by this committee and various department heads. For fiscal year 11, department heads submitted requests to be appropriated in the general fund in the amount of $2.1 million. The committee reduced those requests by to $1.5 million, a reduction of $600,000. Over the past 2 years, we've tried to maintain a general fund appropriation for capital in the amount of $1.5 million. In fiscal 10, the general fund capital improvements were funded at an $800,000 level, and in fiscal 09, it was funded at approximately $1 million. The committee felt that it was important that we continue to level fund at $1.5 million inasmuch as the last 2 fiscal years have been below that amount. Total improvements for fiscal 11 for all funds are estimated to be $28.7 million, of which $6.3 million would come from either grants, revenues, or other private funds. The remaining amount would come from bonding. The total projects over the 6-year plan are estimated to be $186 million, of which a large portion will come from either grants or bonding. And tonight, in accordance with Chapter 7.7 of the Charter, we will make a presentation and open it up to the public to comment. One thing I've been asked about is regarding a number of citizens have called, and I know the mayor has indicated that some people would like a little more expanded discussion relative to our bonding. And so what I'm going to do tonight to start the presentation by the city staff is to have the city finance director walk us through how bonding takes place, how we have bond authorizations, and how we attain our bond rating status. In addition, we're going to then have the city staff walk through the entire capital improvement plan, and we expect this to be about a 40-minute presentation. We have already made this presentation to the planning board as well as the city council in the work session. This, again, will be to discuss all projects for 6 years. And again, one thing I would like to stress on this is that it is the capital improvement plan. And no monies are adopted tonight. No funding is made available tonight. What it really does is then give the city council the opportunity to follow that plan. In fiscal year 11, there will be money set aside in the budget. As I indicated, there's a proposal for $1.5 million that would come from the general fund and would be appropriated for this year. In addition, there's about $7.9 million of bonding that would take place that would, if the council wanted to, could be budgeted for this year. And not all the $7.9 million needs to be budgeted this year, but what we would do is we would budget the amount for an interest and principal payment, or maybe just a principal payment depending on when that bond would be issued. It also should be noted that even if the plan is adopted, and once the city council adopts the budget, a bond issue has to have a separate vote and public hearing. So the finance director will go over that. I think that will be about a 10 to 15-minute presentation. I think it's important for people to understand how that process works and how the city council initiates that process. So we'll start with our finance director, Judy Belanger. Judy?
Okay. Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. I'm going to try to make this as brief as possible. A brief presentation on the municipal borrowing process. I'm sorry. Okay. The municipal borrowing process begins with the planning board's preparation and submits a 6-year capital improvement plan to the city council. Each project in this capital improvement plan is assigned a funding source, whether it be revenues, federal or state grants, matching funds, state revolving loan programs, or bond issuances. As indicated in the handout, the capital improvement plan for fiscal year 11 requests $7.9 million in general fund projects which will require bonding. The city has implemented a debt service policy which states not to use more than 10% of the annual appropriation towards net debt services. The $7.9 million in projects in the CIP requires a budget of approximately $167,000 in the general fund for fiscal year 11 budget. The City Council will vote on the CIP. As the City Manager indicated, at this time, they're not voting on any borrowing process for the capital improvement plan. As the City is ready to move forward on a project, the City Council will be presented with a bonding resolution. This will identify the project and the amount that is necessary for bonding. The City Council will hold a public hearing and will require a 2/3 vote for the resolution to pass. At the time we're ready to issue bonds, the City of Portsmouth will consult with our financial advisor, First Southwest Company, and we'll discuss the terms of the bond and the borrowing methods. The City of Portsmouth has always used a competitive bidding borrowing method. Timing of the bond issuance is very important. At the time of the sale of the bond, the proceeds of the bond must be spent in a 2-year period of time. Now, at this time, we prepare an official statement. The official statement is the city's prospectus. This is provided to all of our investors. It identifies our terms of the bond, projects that need to be bonded, community information, and all our financial information. At the same time, and in conjunction with working with our financial advisor, we consult with a bond counsel, Edward Engels, Palmer & Dodge. The function of the bond counsel is to review all our bond issue documents and to offer an opinion. Did the city follow all the state requirements from state statutes? Did the city follow all of the city charter? And are we in compliance with federal government and IRS regulations regarding this bond issue? They also provide an opinion on the project to make sure that it qualifies as a tax-exempt bond for our investors. We're now ready to meet with our rating agencies. It's important to note that every time we go out for a bond issue, we must meet with the rating agencies, and our rating must be reviewed. The City of Portsmouth uses Standard & Poor's and Moody's Investor Services. These agencies do not work for the City of Portsmouth, but they provide an unbiased expert assessment of the city's management and well-being, basically for our investors. The rating is to provide as much information to our investors so that the investors can make an informative decision on whether to buy and purchase our bonds. The rating agencies will now review the city's official statements, they'll conduct an interview with the city's management team, and they'll assign a rating. Some of the major rating factors that agencies look at will be, one, our economy. They'll look at our unemployment rate and how do we compare with the state and national averages. They'll look at our per capita income, our total valuation, and our industries within the city. They'll also look at our management. How strong is the city's management team? How does the city manage its operations? What type of policies do we have? And how do we address capital needs? They'll then look at debt burden. How does the city manage our debt? Do we have a low debt burden? And do we have any debt service policies? And finally, they'll look at our finances. How does the city manage long-term financial planning? How do we plan for unforeseen events? How strong is our financial position? And what is the level of our fund balance? Listed here are some comments that were provided by our rating agencies at our last bond rating. I won't read them all off, but to highlight a couple: very strong financial position, well-managed financial operations, maintain a healthy general fund balance, and moderate to low debt burden. This slide here shows a history of the City of Portsmouth's bond rating. Standard & Poor's had upgraded the city on our last bond rating to a AA+. It's the second highest rating for Standard & Poor's. Moody's has rated us as a AA2, or the third highest rating for Moody's. The table on the side, on the right side, lists our history of our bond rating back to 1991. As you can see in the chart under Moody's, in 1991 we were rated as a BA, which is one of the lowest ratings for Moody's. But since 1991, the city has seen 10 upgrades in our bond rating. A major indicator for a strong financial position is the level of fund balance. The City Council has a fund balance ordinance which will maintain a level of undesignated fund balance at no less than 7%, with a goal of exceeding 10% of its annual appropriations. As you can see from this chart, there's a direct correlation between our level of fund balance and our bond rating. As we've increased our fund balance, our bond rating has increased. So what's the value of the credit rating? A simple equation: higher ratings equal lower borrowing costs. We also access a greater market for competitive bidding. This chart here shows the yield curve by rating. The two lower line graphs are our AAA and our AA ratings. City of Portsmouth is a AA+ rating, which we lie right in between the two bottom lines. This provides us with an excellent chance of very low interest rates on bond issues. In June of 2009, the city issued a $21 million bond issue, $16 million for our water fund, $5 million in our general fund. The upgrade from this AA to a AA+ has resulted in an estimated interest savings of over $242,000 over the life of the bond. At this time, a rating has been announced and the city is ready to go for competitive bidding. We distribute the official statements to our underwriters, and the city will award the bid to the underwriter with the lowest interest rate. And in closing, this chart just demonstrates the borrowing flow chart of step by step of what I've just went over. At this time, to continue with the capital improvement presentation, I am going to pass the mic over to the Fire Chief, Christopher Leclerc.
Thank you, Judy. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Our first project is a replacement of the city's ambulances for fiscal year 12 and fiscal year 13. In fiscal year 11, the replacement of engine 6. We replaced that with a new engine with a 5-person cab and all the related equipment, radios and lettering. In the now year, fiscal year 12, replacement of the city's heavy rescue unit. In fiscal year 13, replacement of engine number 4. In fiscal year 14, replacement of engine number 1. In fiscal year 12, complete upgrade and replacement of our cardiac monitors and defibrillators.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. I am the police chief, and this is the, other than rolling stock, this is the only item that we have on the capital improvements for FY11. This is a second part of a document imaging project. Half of it was approved last year. We're looking for the other half of it this year. That will digitally store documents, thousands and thousands of pages for quick access and easier storage. This is an item that's pushed out to FY13. This is for radio replacements in the public dispatch area. This has been pushed out to FY14. This is for an automated fingerprinting system that will allow us to cross-check fingerprints, unknown fingerprints that we might have at a crime scene with thousands and thousands that are in a database. I turn it over to Mary Ann List of the library.
This project would purchase and install recording cameras on the outside perimeter of the library building. They would gather information that may be useful to the police department in investigation of theft, vandalism, or other illegal activities. The cameras are not intended for ongoing monitoring of activity or for surveillance inside the library building.
This project is an identifier put in for fiscal year 16 for the replacement of fire station number 3.
This project's for FY12. This would be the 13th year of, the 22nd year of the police department being occupied up here at City Hall, and it's getting a little old, so we put in for a space needs study for that. Pending the outcome of that space needs study in FY13, we have an appropriation request to look at the study and design of that.
Good evening, Steve Bartlett from the school department. This first slide depicts our biannual appropriation for improvements to our facilities infrastructure. And it happens on the even fiscal years. In FY12, we have this money identified to replace roofs at the high school. You may recall that when we redid the high school, there were a number of roofs that still had a useful life to them, so we waited. We've probably gotten about 4 extra years out of them, and it's time, will be time to replace them by then. This slide depicts the $25,000 to be added to an existing $25,000 from last year, so that we will be able to do a facilities analysis in anticipation of doing some upgrades to the elementary school buildings in FY15.
Steve Parkinson, Public Works Director. The first project involves a removal and replacement of the existing floating concrete dock system at Prescott Park. Next, we have the rehabilitation and possible expansion of the restroom snack bar facility at Prescott Park. And along the same lines, the Prescott Park Facilities Capital Improvement Plan to maintain and rehabilitate the existing wood frame structures such as the Sheafs and Shaw's warehouse and the paved and brick walkways, access ways, and parking areas associated with Prescott Park. And this is a listing of those various needed maintenance capital improvements to the facilities at Prescott Park.
Rick Tainter, Planning Director. This item is for land acquisition. It's funded annually in the budget, although for fiscal year 11, no funds are proposed. These funds are used to leverage grant funds and also to partner with other conservation entities whenever possible.
David Moore, Assistant Community Development Director. This project is for historic markers. This is a continuation of an existing project to replace over 40 historic markers that are located throughout the city's south end. $10,000 is identified in general funds for FY11.
The master plan needs to be updated every 5 to 10 years. Our current master plan was completed in 2005, and therefore the revision process should start in the next couple of years and be done by 2015. $25,000 are identified for next fiscal year for initial studies.
$50,000 is identified in fiscal year 11 for implementation of Pierce Island Master Plan, which was created in 1999. These funds will be used to implement elements of that master plan. This item includes $100,000 for playground improvements for FY11. These funds would be used as part of the implementation of the designed improvements for Plains Park and Ball Field. This funding is not identified for FY11, but in FY12 it includes some planning funds for the reuse of the Paul A. Doble Army Reserve Center. The Reserve Center is currently going through the reuse process, and we are awaiting disposition actions by the United States Army. This capital plan item includes $25,000 for FY11 for the Jones Avenue Conceptual Master Plan. This project is modeled after the 1999 Pierce Island Master Plan, which identified a series of improvements to benefit the island. This would be undertaken in the same manner, where a master plan is identified and then implemented in following years. This project is for the Chestnut Street Burying Ground. Currently, there is a 95% design plan that has been developed with the members of the African Burying Ground Committee, and currently fundraising efforts are underway to move that project forward, and that will be a combination of federal grant funds and other private sources that we'll be seeking.
Chestnut Street Area Improvements is an FY12 project that is a collaborative effort between the City of Portsmouth, the Music Hall, and abutting property owners and businesses to beautify and improve that section of Chestnut Street between Congress Street and Porter Street.
There are two items in the CIP for the redevelopment of the McIntyre Federal Office Building site. This first one is for public participation leading to a redevelopment concept plan. No funding is requested until fiscal year 12.
This project is also a placeholder for FY12. It's the Winchester Place Ledgewood Manor Park. There is a public-private partnership with the Greek Church for that parcel. The city currently leases, and this funding is set for not this year, but the next year. This project identifies funding in out years for the North Mill Pond pedestrian and bike pathway. A feasibility has been conducted for the creation of multi-use paths, including walking and biking paths along the north shore of the North Mill Pond along McDonough Street, and these funds are envisioned for later years.
This is the second project for the McIntyre site. Assuming that the Phase 1 concept plan is on track in fiscal year 12, we would then proceed to preliminary engineering, final engineering and construction in fiscal years 13, 14, 15.
The City of Portsmouth is responsible for 5 historic cemeteries at various locations throughout the city. These funds are utilized to hire a specialist to systematically repair and restore the existing headstones in conjunction with the Mayor's Blue Ribbon Cemetery Committee. The City of Portsmouth owns numerous seawalls throughout the waterfront. This project is to provide funding for the repair and replacements of those sections of the seawalls throughout the city. And the next page is a listing of those seawalls that the city owns. Existing elevators located in the City Hall complex are the original units from 1964 and were constructed for the former hospital. This project would replace this existing 1960 technology with new energy-efficient components and controllers, bringing these units into the 21st century in FY11 and 12. Continuing funding for the reclamation of the former stump dump for recreational purposes. This project involves the complete replacement of the existing wooden garage structure located next to the heating plant here at the municipal complex. The project would replace the entire structure with a new building that would be similar look and design as the original and would be used to accommodate protected dry storage for the various city departments located at the municipal complex. Stormwater drain maintenance system in the Maple Haven area built in the 1950s is inadequate and in failing condition. We currently have some design money, are completing survey work in this area and looking for construction funding in FY11. Every 2 years, we go forth with citywide facilities improvements to those facilities under the Department of Public Works control. In FY11, looking for $1 million, and on the next page lists those various components that need to be addressed. Next, we have the indoor pool building rehabilitation slated for FY11. Sound barrier installation along the Atlantic Heights and Panaway Manor areas adjacent to I-95 in conjunction with the New Hampshire DOT. High Hanover parking facility capital improvements, major renovation needs for the original structure. This is funded out of parking revenues.
Alan Brady, Information Technology Coordinator for the city. These projects are for the information technology upgrades and replacements citywide, except for the school department. For the City Hall, we have an estimated $15,000 for the replacement of the Channel 22 current system, which is currently analog, and we would like to push that into digital. We have Public Works for $40,000. That is the replacement of the radio system. Library of $30,000, replacement of their current server. Police, $119,000, which is a miscellaneous of computers, servers, and other technology goods, which I'll go into later. And then the fire department, $40,000 for upgrades to the radio. Here's a breakdown once again of the police department. 19 computers, total of $47,000. That's laptops and desktops. These are servers, one server for the library, one server for the police department, total for the library $30,000, police department $8,000, and upgrades, miscellaneous upgrades, is the radios once again for the public works. We have for the police department the security card printers, portable radios, printers, and projectors. A total of $244,350. Thank you.
Transit infrastructure improvements, continuing our collaboration with Coast Transit, the installation of bus shelters, benches, bike racks, waste receptacles at various high-use bus stops within the city. The Greater Portsmouth Transportation Management Association is a cooperative organization of employers whose purpose is to develop employee commuter service programs to promote commuting alternatives to driving to work alone. This is a joint venture. Continuing our free public shared lot agreements, primarily with the Masonic Temple as well as the Bethel Assembly of God. Those funds come out of parking revenues. Replacement of our violations management program. This is primarily our handheld ticket writers and printers, which are used out in the field on a continuous daily basis. Continuing our replacement of our single space meters with the multi-space pay stations, again from parking revenues. Wayfinding system. The purpose of the wayfinding system is to have a system that will incorporate directional, informational, and pedestrian signage in an orderly and structured manner. Multiple funding over a 5-year period. Construction of a new sidewalk on Spinney Road from Islington to Middle Road in FY14 and 15. Replacement of sidewalks along State Street from Middle Street to Church Street in FY11. Our every other year funding program of improvements to our sidewalk in conjunction with our pavement management program and along with our water and sewer improvement projects. looking for funding in FY11, and those sidewalks and areas that we currently have slated for that funding. Replacement or the installation of a sidewalk on Peverly Hill Road, primarily from the YMCA to Middle Road. Design money in FY12 and 13, and with construction in FY15. The addition of a sidewalk along US Route 1. The state of New Hampshire DOT will not build sidewalks on Route 1. We have a high demand along the corridor from Hoover Drive to Constitution Ave, and we're looking at construction funding in FY14 and 15. The city has received a petition from the residents of Middle Road, primarily the area from Spinney Road to Middle Street, for the replacement of their existing varied sidewalks, looking for construction funding in FY11. Continuing the upgrade of our traffic signals and controllers, pedestrian indicators, and minor roadway improvements at the various intersections throughout the city. Continuing funding for the next 6 years. The Traffic Safety Committee receives numerous requests from neighborhoods throughout the city dealing with traffic volumes, motor vehicle speeds, and pedestrian safety. The majority of these requests deal with street intersections which would be enhanced with minor modifications to the geometry of the streets at the intersections. We're looking for funding in FY11 and every other year after that for these minor improvements. A New Hampshire DOT project is the upgrade of the railroad crossing at Market Street. The rail bed has been replaced by the railroad already, but they're looking for roadway improvements, drainage improvements, and the need for protective devices at the crossing in FY12. Some money has already been set aside in previous funding years. Islington Bartlett Jewel Court realignment slated for FY16. Woodbury Ave turning lanes and traffic operational improvements, primarily at the intersection of Woodbury and Durgan Lane, that warrants a dedicated right turn lane on the inbound side for access to the Durgan Lane. We currently have some funding from a developer, looking for additional funding in FY11 and 12 to complete the project. Maplewood Ave culvert replacement. This project consists of the replacement of the Maplewood Ave culvert over the North Mill Pond. We currently have received a grant for the design of this project and looking for funding for construction in FY15. Kate Street Bridge replacement. This is in the long-range plan for the Rockingham Planning Commission with construction and funding slated for FY 2030. McDonough Street Area Improvements Project. This is at the request of the Islington Creek Neighborhood Association to have sidewalks and traffic calming measures installed throughout the McDonough Street area. We received the first year of funding last year and looking for the continuation of that program. Ocean Road Upgrade Traffic Calming, so that the city can take over ownership of Ocean Road from the New Hampshire DOT, providing funding for redesigning it to lower speeds, installing sidewalks, and limiting the truck traffic on this road. This is the span from US Route 1 to the Greenland Town line. Some funds have already been dedicated for this project, and this would be the final round, along with some funding we received from a developer. Aldous Road Safety Improvements. There again, a neighborhood-issued instigated project. They've expressed concerns about large truck traffic and high speeds in this residential neighborhood. This project is to construct traffic calming methods with design funding this year with construction in FY12. Traffic modeling project, building upon the regional traffic model. The city's model would be detailed model of the downtown area and the Route 1 that would be used to determine the impact to roadways and intersections. Looking for additional funding in FY12 and 13 to complete this project. Continuing the reforesting of our city streets where the existing trees have succumbed to urban conditions. Transportation plan studies, a comprehensive bicycle, pedestrian, truck route, and downtown circulation study. Land uses have changed over the years, and these studies will look at the ordinance and existing conditions and propose changes to improve and protect the quality of life in Portsmouth, spread out over the next 5 years. Gateway improvements, Exit 7 along Market Street Extension. The second round of funding to construct improvements to that corridor. That would be in FY12. In conjunction with our sidewalk monies, our pavement management program, every other year funding for roadway improvements in conjunction with water, sewer, and other utility upgrades. And on the next sheet, you have the listed streets that we anticipate that money going for. Islington streetscape improvements, improving the appearance of Islington Street. Design money in FY11, construction slated FY13 and 14. Maplewood Ave rehabilitation, similar to improvements that were constructed along Woodbury Ave. This project's been initiated by the residents of Maplewood Ave. Primary purpose to reduce travel speeds, improve pedestrian safety, and eliminate through truck travel. Design money in FY11, construction money in FY12. As we have done with the city streets, we have now created the same type of program of roadway management for the streets on Pease, looking for the first year of funding for improvements to those streets in FY12 and then every other year after that. And on the next sheet, you can see the list of streets and the needed improvements for those areas. The next series of projects deal with streets or projects that are federally or state funded. Intersection signals US Route 1 and Constitution Ave. This is a project with slated design money in FY12, construction money in FY13, and a $500,000 donation has been taken from a developer for improvements for that project. B&M Railroad Bartlett Street Bridge replacement. This project is in the RPC 2009 to 2035 transportation plan without designated funding or construction year. Continuing the redevelopment of the Atlantic Heights streetscape. There are two streets left that need reconstruction, Porpoise Way and Concord Way, and this project would supply funding in FY11 and 12 for that needed work. US Route 1 roadway reconstruction, Wilson Road to Constitution Ave. Project currently is in the long-range plan for the Rockingham Planning Commission with construction funding in FY 2020. The next series of projects deals with the Route 1 bypass. The first project is Lafayette Plaza to the traffic circle. This project includes the rehab and replacement of bridges along that corridor. Traffic circle to the Sarah Long Bridge, funding in FY12. The traffic circle replacement itself, this project has been removed from the New Hampshire DOT 10-year plan, but is in the long-range plan of the Rockingham Planning Commission for construction and funding in FY 2025. And last but not least, the proposed roundabout at Corporate and International in Durham on Pease, funded by the PDA and the state and federal government.
Good evening. My name is Peter Rice. I'm the city engineer for the Water and Sewer Divisions. The next 5 slides cover projects that are part of the city's ongoing long-term control sewer separation program that are part of an EPA mandate. The first 3 slides are the Lincoln area, which are projects bounded by South Street, Richards Avenue, and Middle Street, and they are broken into 3 parts, Contract 3A, 3B, and 3C. The next slide addresses a project that builds off the ongoing Bartlett Street sewer separation project, and it continues the sewer separation in the Lovell Cass Street area. This item addresses items that are not eligible for our funding source through our regular funding sources for these projects, and addresses the non-eligible costs. The Fleet Street project addresses sewers and drain pipe upgrades necessary prior to streetscape upgrades, and it will be done from State Street down to Hanover Street. This item addresses a number of our cross-country sewer lines that need maintenance throughout the city. This item addresses our wastewater treatment plant facility upgrade, which will address new permit requirements. The city is currently completing a wastewater master plan, which will further define the scope, schedule, and funding needs necessary for this wastewater upgrade. This last item addresses sewer in conjunction with the project that Steve Parkinson had mentioned on the Maplewood Avenue culvert replacement. This work will be done either prior to that work or in conjunction with that work.
Good evening, David Allen, Deputy Director of Public Works. This first item, the annual water line replacement, funds the water line replacement typically in conjunction with our sewer separation projects, drainage projects, or road replacement projects. Those funded in this year's budget would include the Lincoln area, Cass Street, and Cutts Avenue. The next project is our source water augmentation. This was a project that was identified in our water master plan that to secure and develop an additional source of water. The next project, again, as mentioned previously, the Maplewood Avenue, this would be the water line replacement for that particular project. It's about 1.5 miles of water line that would be replaced in that stretch of road. The next project is the Osprey Landing water tank. This project is an out-year project to replace that tank. Next project is the Hobbs Hill tank, which is on Pease. This is a project to replace that water tank. The city has 9 drinking water wells. These well improvements upgrade motors, pumps, and drives to many of those wells that are still running on the original equipment. And the last project is the Little Harbor Wild Rose Lane, which is a project that would replace our water line that runs underneath Little Harbor and feeds Newcastle.
Your Honor, those are the projects that we have for the fiscal 11 through 16 capital improvement plan, and I would turn it over to you to open it up to the public for comment.
Thank you. We're going to begin the public hearing. I'll just state the ground rules for the public hearing for those of you that wish to speak. Unlike the public comment session, which was on earlier, we do not have a time limit in our public hearings. That said, if a number of you are speaking regarding the same issue, or if you are speaking otherwise, I would like you to at least consider being mindful of your other citizens who also wish to speak. Additionally, we will only call one round of public hearing here, so that when you speak and you've had your time, that will be your opportunity to speak. Additionally, city councilors, actually being elected public officials and volunteers, essentially can count. And so if those of you who have particular positions that they wish to offer, and there are a number of people here in support of that, and you wish to ask people to rise and support but not necessarily speak, that's certainly most welcome. That said, everyone is welcome to speak, and we certainly hope you take that opportunity if that is your pleasure. So with that, I would ask one more thing, and that is this. But what's before us this evening is the capital improvement plan. The public hearing is specifically with regard to items contained within the capital improvement plan. And while it's obvious that there's overlap to some areas of city concern, and that's natural and appropriate, I would ask that you keep your comments in the capital realm as opposed to perhaps the operating realm, again, understanding that there's some overlap. And if you've watched me and mayors before me chair these kinds of things, we do typically let you go and don't get involved. The only thing I would ask is that if people do get unduly exercised, I may have to step in at that point, but that's a rare occurrence. And finally, once you begin and you come forward to the mic, you're going to want to state your name and address for the record so that the city clerk can get that. If you have a submittal of some sort, we'll take that for the record. And I would also ask that you queue up at least a few people deep so that we can keep it going in an orderly fashion. So with that, I will open the public hearing and entertain our first speaker.
Mr. Mayor, Councilman, staff, my name is Charles Doliak. I live at 365 Little Harbor Road in Portsmouth, New Hampshire. I'm here to speak about the indoor pool, the capital funding of that, and I'd like to make one brief introductory comment, and that is the pool is not in bad shape. Contrary to the publicity that has been given it, the pool is not in particularly bad shape. It has a leaky roof, which, by the way, survived very well during this last storm, and has other projects that need to be done And if there is a debate about that, we have talked to the pool personnel. There are people here that have talked to people that have studied the pool itself and can study it in the future so that you understand that it is not in bad shape. And I would ask how many people here would say the pool is in good shape and would wish to save it. Stand, please. They will be talking also. I just wanted to have a vote. Thank you. I'm just following what you did, Tom. I'm doing. Okay, so the point is that the pool's not in bad shape, and we want to help the city save money. I'm a taxpayer. I pay a lot of taxes in the city. I live here, I have businesses here, and I manage property here of my own and others. And you know, when you have a $2.4 million facility, which is what I think the tax map says it's worth, and the tax map grades it as a B+, which, by the way, is a better grade than most of the property I own, you know, you want to make sure you don't throw it away. You want to make sure you manage it properly. You want to make sure you save it because it's a facility worth saving. And that is, I think, not well known at this point. But there's $1 million in the capital budget. Frankly, I don't think you should spend $1 million today in the capital budget on it. Frankly, I think you should find out exactly what needs to be done in a tiered program, and more people will talk about that because they have talked to people who have the ability to study this sort of thing. And although there is a recommendation coming, you paid $60,000 for the Recreation Department, that recommendation will not talk about what's needed in the indoor pool. We specifically went to a public hearing within the last 10 days. We specifically asked the person who was there, who was running that study, whether or not there was a study indicating exactly what needed to be done and how bad the facility was. And they said, no, that wasn't in the scope of our work, $65,000. Okay? Now, we have, some people here have talked to people about what the scope of work would require. I think it's between $5,000 and $10,000 to really look at the pool, really look at what needs to be done, and really come up with a plan that is cost effective. Now, I won't go into the particulars because of time, but I do want to say this. There are a lot of people that are very concerned with the pool, and you're going to hear from them why they are, why it is worth saving. If this is a capital improvement plan, the capital improvement plan must concern an item that's worth saving. So people are going to talk about that, and I think it's fair for them to do that quickly, but I think you should hear it. There's a lot out there about what some people think this facility is worth and what some people think it deserves in terms of the city's investment, and I think you need to hear more voices. Now, having said that, there comes a responsibility to make the costs go down. And I will tell you that there is a group of citizens that are working on that very hard, and I want to thank the city manager, John Bohenko. He's agreed to meet with us and see what we have to propose. I understand John hasn't agreed to do anything other than meet and see what we have to propose. But I will assure you that tonight we have said we're taking over $140,000 off that number that's being used, because we've said you don't need to spend $1 million right now on the capital improvement of the facility that will then be capitalized over a number of years, which is where one of those numbers came from. But we would like between $5,000 and $10,000. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker, please.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, my name is Charlie Griffin. I live at 210 Hillside Drive in Portsmouth. I'm proud to say that I was a member of the City Council in 1980 and 1981 when the decision was made to build the municipal pool. And I think that's one of the best decisions any council has ever made. I've been a pool member myself since 1998 when I got off the school board. I swim there several days a week, and I'm proud to say that as I approach age 68, I'm in better physical condition than when I was 18, 28, 38, or 48. And this pool is really a community-wide resource. It serves people of all ages. On Saturday mornings, I see the toddlers there with their parents learning to swim. There are people at the other age of the age spectrum, such as myself, who are there. There are youths, and not necessarily just the people on the swimming team. There are middle-aged folks. And I also see folks there who have disabilities and are undergoing rehabilitation of various sorts. And for them, this is perhaps the best form and only form of rehabilitative exercise they can get. The point is that this is not an organization that simply serves a select few in the community. It has wide-ranging appeal and utilization across the community. And we all know, obviously, that swimming is an excellent form of exercise. We know that our First Lady is going to be leading a study on youth obesity, and certainly those of our youth who are out there swimming are doing their part to combat that. I would also say this is not the first time that a city council has been asked to consider closing a swimming pool. In the mid-1980s, the very same issue was posed with respect to the Pierce Island pool, and the arguments were the same. It was in terrible shape, it wasn't worth saving, the money was tight in the city, etc. And the suggestion at that time was to fill it in, pave it over, and make a parking lot. Well, fortunately, just as is happening this evening, concerned citizens came forward, groups were organized, and we know obviously that Pierce Island was saved, and whether you use it or not, I'm sure you agree it's far preferable to have that pool there than a parking lot. And I would say to you, as Chuck indicated, those of us who are advocating keeping the pool open are not looking for a bailout. We're willing to do our part. If rates have to be increased, we're willing to pay for that because we recognize, number one, that the city is in tough financial straits. We also recognize that we personally benefit from this. There are a number of people who use that pool who are not residents of Portsmouth and are reluctant to come here tonight because of that fact, but they also are among those who are willing to pay more if that will help the problem. And finally, I would say to you, you need to consider what your legacy is. Do you want to be remembered as the council that closed the pool and created a new parking lot, or do you want to be like that council in the 1950s who saved Pierce Island Pool and will forever live in fond memories? Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, please. Thanks. And I would ask, as you see, as it sounds like a speaker is starting to terminate, I'd really appreciate it if you'd get in line so that we can keep it moving. If you please.
My name is Joan Nickel. I am currently a resident of Newcastle, but I was a resident of Portsmouth for over 35 years, and I was the chairman of the Board of Health in Portsmouth for a very long time. I am a daily user of the pool, and I'd like you all to remember that a healthy community is a productive community. And I'd like you to all consider the health benefits to a very diverse population here in Portsmouth, both children, adults, older individuals, and I'm not going to state my age here, even though he did, and the developmentally disabled. And certainly I hope you could consider all of that as you think about closing the Portsmouth pool. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening. My name is Margaret O'Rourke, 56 Sheffield Road in Portsmouth. You started off by defining the capital improvement plan as an investment in the city. And I would just like to say that this pool is an investment that should be continued. There is no comparable or suitable substitute in the city to accommodate all of the groups that currently use the pool. It's a valuable asset to the city that adds greatly to the quality of life. Just as you would not just chop off funding for Prescott Park or for the library, other assets to the city, I guess our position is please don't do that for this valuable asset. As Chuck said, some of the figures used in the costs we consider to be questionable, and we'll be working up figures both to show what can be done on the revenue side and what some true costs are. I know one of the ideas is we'll close this pool because we'll construct this beautiful multi-purpose recreational facility, and that's a marvelous idea. But that's got to be a decade away, and to close this pool now, when it may be able to be continued at a relatively small cost, would be foolhardy to destroy a beautiful asset that we have. So I also wanted to say that neither the outdoor pool nor Spinnaker can accommodate, is a workable substitute for elderly and handicapped people, as you probably know if you've been to either of the places. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker, please. If you could come forward, state your name and address for the record.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. Kent LePage, 45 Melbourne Street. I, too, am on the bandwagon in regards to the swimming pool. Portsmouth Pool is an outstanding asset and a quality of life to the city of Portsmouth. This group that is working together is not asking for the full $1 million that you're asking for this CIP. They're asking somewhere between $8,000 and $20,000 to be done as a research in regards to the actual needs assessments within the pool. So right off the bat, this group is going to say, go ahead and cut approximately $980,000, leaving about $20,000 for the next year to a transition study of whether the pool building is in some dire straits of needing some construction work. How would you like to have received a gift back in 1979 of when the construction and planning of the pool was to be done? A total gift to the city of Portsmouth other than the land. That was federal funded money at that time. It was CPG money that was given to the city of Portsmouth to allow the construction of that pool. That is why at that time rates had to be set at a very low amount towards outside citizens of the city of Portsmouth, because that was federal money, and one of the agreements at that time was that the pool would be able to be used by other citizens. Money inside, other than the 1998 renovations that were done on the building, which had some structural building parts done, and that of the liner at that time were done. That's about all that really has ever been invested back into the property of that. But again, this group is not looking for an overnight answer to what needs to be done there, and we will at some point come back and talk about the actual daily functions of the pool. But right now, this group is actually saying, we want to save you some money in regards to what the actual CIP that is needed for the pool. Please take your time and listen to them. It is a great facility. It is a quality of life issue, and this is something that every resident in the city of Portsmouth has access when he or she wishes to use it, just like a library in the city of Portsmouth. Thank you for your time. Have a great evening.
Thank you. Our next speaker, please. Thanks.
Hi, Bob Fernald, One Park Circle in Northampton. Not a resident, but a native. So native, I think I was born in this room. Swimming in Portsmouth is something that has a lot of nostalgia for a lot of reasons. Being in this room is nostalgic for me. I'm hearing Coach Lister yell at me to run up the pitch, or Joan's voice as I cut through a yard to go sledding at Hislips. And part of the nostalgia of Portsmouth with regards to swimming is I learned to swim at Pierce Island. I learned to scuba dive at the indoor pool. I learned to become a lifeguard through the aquatics programs and serve the community. And I swim with a master's group now, and I'm competitive at a national level. All this started with Pierce Island and the Portsmouth Aquatics program. I'm part of the group that Chuck mentioned, trying to put some brain power behind this study to try to figure out ways that the community can share ideas to continue something that's been a cornerstone for the community. And one of the conversations I've had recently is with a engineering firm out of the Rhode Island area that specializes in pool aquatics facilities, design, construction, and consulting. And I've spoken to them about this situation, and they have a lot of experience with municipalities running into the same situation where they're going from a highly subsidized operation to today's modern life budget cuts and crisis that we're into. So I'd like to ask the council, as a frequent user of the pool and a non-resident native, to consider the actions and the efforts of this group by allowing this engineering study to go forward to see exactly what we need, not exactly what we would like to have a facility that would last forever. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker.
Hi, Phil Corbett, 166 Decatur Road in Portsmouth. I also wanted to advocate for the pool, and I just wanted to make sure that the councilors clearly understood that the pool has some unique qualities that cannot be replicated at other pools in the area. I know there's been talk of the old Gold's Gym pool and the YMCA, and in talking with the Y, it's clear that why they may be able to accommodate some of the programs that currently operate at the pool. There's 25-meter pool, certain temperatures, diving blocks, all sorts of other things that come into play that cannot be accommodated at the other pool. Additionally, they don't have the capacity or the will to support the Portsmouth swim teams or the high school team. And I'm just concerned that if this cut is made, that it is something that can't be reversed. That's all I have. Thanks.
Thank you. Our next speaker, please. Once again, I ask you to follow on in order as best you can. Thanks.
Hi, my name is Nancy Moore, and I'm not a resident of Portsmouth. but I've worked for the City of Portsmouth for 25 years as a teacher, and I would like to speak on behalf of my students with special needs who do live in Portsmouth and benefit from the indoor pool. One of the things that is great about the indoor pool is it's right next to our high school, so I've had students in the past due to serious medical issues that have not been able to take a typical physical education program, but have been able to come over to the pool to fill their phys ed requirement. I also have many students who have autism that I work with at the pool. It's not only a wonderful way for them to exercise and to learn a lifetime activity, but it also has therapeutic value for these kids. For a lot of these students who are under anxiety most of the time, it allows them a chance to relax. And I've also been able to use this wonderful ramp that the indoor pool has for my students who are physically disabled and in wheelchairs. I'm able to get them in and out of the pool easily by using the ramp. It's been used by some of my students with limited mobility. And for some of those kids with physical disabilities, it's a time for them to be able to get out of their wheelchairs. And for some of these kids, it's the first time that they're able to experience the joy of movement that they can't enjoy on land. And I'd also like to say that looking back at my career as a teacher with these kids, and I think about the skills that I gave my students, I think one of the most important skills I gave these kids was the ability to swim. And I have parents come up to me all the time and say, I'm really glad that was part of my child's education, because now as young adults, they are still continuing to swim. So in closing, I would just like to say, please don't forget about the people with disabilities in Portsmouth, and realize that the indoor pool benefits these people not only physically, but also their well-being. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening. I'm Stephanie Shaheen. I reside at 77 South Street, and I would like to thank you all for your commitment to public service on behalf of Portsmouth residents and everyone here who benefits from the assets the city has to offer. We moved our family of 6, we have 4 little children, to Portsmouth 2 years ago in search of a quality of life. And I'm growing increasingly more concerned about the way in which that lifestyle will be compromised as a result of the challenges you all face in managing the budget over the next few years. For example, the idea of losing our crossing guards so that our kids are not able to walk to Little Harbor safely is a concern. The idea of losing our pool, I have a daughter who has type 1 diabetes. We swim in the pool at least on average 3 times a week, and it helps her manage her diabetes. So the idea of not having access to that pool, I think, will dramatically affect our quality of life and our overall health and wellness. I would encourage you to consider your support for the capital improvement plans related to Prescott Park. I mean, those kinds of assets that the city has to offer that allow people in the community to get out and to walk and to move and to be part of the fabric of this place is what makes it so unique and special. And would also encourage you to consider supporting events like the Bow Street Fair, which again get people into town and make Portsmouth what it is. So, I don't envy the job you all have to do. I know there are a lot of very difficult choices in front of you, and I would just ask you to think about what makes Portsmouth such a unique and special place to live and to raise a family, and make those judgments accordingly. Thanks.
Thank you. Our next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Mary Craig. I also was born in this room and went to Portsmouth High School. I lived at 148 Richards Avenue. I have always lived in this region, and many of you received a letter from me. Thank you for taking the time to read it. I would like to say to you that today I went to the cardiologist and talked to him about my dismay at losing the opportunity to swim, which has been my lifeline. And he said he would be writing to you tomorrow. He has many patients who he is very concerned about because they are all swimmers. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, please.
I'm Peter Somsich of 34 Sweat Avenue, Portsmouth. When I moved to Portsmouth 9 years ago, I moved here because Portsmouth's reputation as a livable city and a city that provides for its seniors and creates an environment that is unique in all of New Hampshire. That is the reason why we attract so many people, both as visitors and tourists, to our town, because we have a high quality of life, a vibrant, stimulating community, and many interesting aspects of quality of life that people will come here to enjoy. Portsmouth, however, is not the lowest property tax community in the state, and neither is it the highest. In fact, I was quite surprised when I moved here from a very wealthy town to the west of us, where I owned a very modest home and moved into a modest home here in Portsmouth, that my tax bill went down by $1,000 a year. The Portsmouth indoor pool is a wonderful asset to this community, and it was a gift by the federal government to us. And it is part of the quality of life that contributes to the value of our homes and the quality that we have here in this city. Quality of life in any city is not just a subsidy. It is what we call civilization. And we are willing to pay for that because we think it's a valuable asset and it's worth it. This is true for many public services as well, including our school department, our library, our recreation department, and of course our public works and our fire and police departments, who are the ones who have to go out in a storm and take care of things while we can stay at home keeping warm. Recreation opportunities are not frills. They are essential for good health, and also, especially in hard times like these, a certain quality of life that every resident of Portsmouth can still enjoy. It is the obvious responsibility of the City Council and the City Government that they must live within their budget means that are available. However, if budget cuts threaten our quality of life, I think many residents would most likely pay a bit more than give it up. It is good to plan for the future, but it cannot mean that we're going to sacrifice the present. The Recreation Department is in the process, actually, of planning for our future needs. However, it looks as though it's also planning for closure of the indoor pool, which is our present needs. Before that happens, let's step back and take a good look. Let's have an engineering study. Let's take a look at what really needs to be done. Let's look at opportunities to raise fees. I, for one, am willing to sacrifice some of that $1,000 savings every year to give it back to keep the quality of life in this town. And let's look at and develop a transition plan so that if that pool is in fact closed, it will be replaced by a new and better one. And incidentally, that $1.2 million of repairs that's in your capital improvement budget, I would say that you could refer to that as a negligence payment or a negligence tab. That's all the things that should have been done to that pool in the past that was neglected. And that's why all of a sudden it shows up. But in fact, it's not even needed right now. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker, please.
Mark Brighton, Union Street. In the grand scheme of things, even if you would go the $1 million for the pool, it only represents 0.5% of the total CIP of $186 million. It's not much, but it has an emotional component that is very easily understood. And it will be very indicative of what direction the council wants to take. This budget season, I've said it before, is about needs versus wants. And the CIP clearly outlines the difference. The needs are easily defined as core city services: police, fire, schools, sanitation, roads. And I'm glad to say that at least 90% of what I see in the CIP meets that. The indoor pool does not. It just plain doesn't. I would ask that those who want the pool to consider the needs of the citizenry as a whole and not the wants of a few. And I emphasize it's a want. I would ask the council to consider what core city services consist of. Do they consist of wants or do they consist of needs? Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, please. Anyone care to rise? Thanks.
Hi, thank you. I'm Judy Ringer. I live at 76 Park Street in Portsmouth and lived here since 1973 and have swum in the pool since it opened. And thank you for reading my letter, which I also sent. I think it's debatable what's a want and a need. I think depending on who you're talking to these days. But I, too, wouldn't want to be in your shoes for anything, and I don't want to get rid of any of our wonderful services. But since I sent the letter, one thing is I've found, which is that there are some really intelligent people working on this pool committee, and they have found some ways to save money. So I would urge you to sort of let go of the numbers that you have been hearing. And I'm sure some of them have come from the CIP plan, for example, but from what I'm hearing at least, and I'm not one of the experts, but it seems like that $1.2 million figure isn't really necessary to spend right now, and all we're looking at is maybe seeing what really is needed so that we can save the money and spend it somewhere else. It is a wonderful facility, and I urge you not to get rid of it before we have some other plan in place. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, please.
Hi, I'm Tom Claremont, 575 FW Hartford Drive. I've been in Portsmouth since the pool opened and used it over 200 times per year. Probably one of the most avid users of the pool, and again concerned about quality of life in Portsmouth. I'm concerned about the proposed closure when we haven't heard yet about from the report from the architect on the proposed multi-purpose facility. Seems like we're putting the cart ahead of the thing. When we think the pool could be maintained with minimal capital improvements during any transition period that might occur. When we think the gap between revenues and expenses could be considerably narrowed. When we think better public relations like we're getting right now could actually increase membership and therefore increase revenues even further. And when we think that the obesity epidemic, which I see every day, is increasing the need for affordable accessible recreational facilities in Portsmouth. It seems to me when people say you can join the Y, you can join Golds and stuff like that, certainly for teenagers particularly, they're not going to spend $500 or $1,000 a year to join some sort of recreational facility. So I think we need to keep that in mind as well. Thanks.
Thank you. Our next speaker, please. Does anyone care to rise and speak? Thanks. Please come forward and state your name for the record.
Good evening. Stephen Mayu, 64 Bridge Street in Portsmouth. To echo Chuck's Doliak comment about how the pool is in good shape, the roof still leaks because I have been told it hasn't been patched since last spring, but when it's patched, it stops leaking. I also understand that the pool was made more energy efficient 10 years ago with some heat exchanger. And one more thing, we've covered a lot of aspects about the pool, and I haven't heard anybody talking about the people that work there, the staff from the city. They do a tremendous job. The place is always nice and clean. I go there 3 or 4 times a week, and everybody is friendly and like they do their job, but you can tell they do it with pride, and we should recognize that a little bit. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jennifer Varney, 8 Lens Ave. I'd just like to beg to differ with the wants and needs. This pool is actually something that I need. I used to be a runner. I got stress fractures in my legs. I started swimming about 1.5 years ago, and I'm in the best shape I ever have been. I don't consider myself old, but, you know, I hit 30 and everything started to go downhill. Without this pool, I probably would be sitting at home right now watching some TV show. Honestly, it's what gets me out. Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays, I'm trying to swim with the Great Bay Masters. You know, I have lived in many places in my life. I was born in the UK. I've lived in about 5 or 6 different states. I've lived in 5 or 6 different countries. I was that person that wrote into the paper that said, you know, I've lived overseas for 5 years. I chose to come to Portsmouth. I didn't have to come back here to make my life. I didn't have a job to come back to. I didn't have a home. My family, I came back with $3,000 in my pocket. I was lucky enough to get a job back at my old company. I was lucky enough that I still had friends in this town. And I came back here because I wanted to, because of the things that this town has to offer, and one of those happens to be the pool. I don't have any children yet. I might, but right now I'm not getting anything from the schools. But I'm happy to keep paying taxes for good schools, which is why I'm here, because I know 5 or 6 years, 7, whatever it takes, down the line, when my children finally attend those schools, I'm going to be able to take advantage of that resource. Similar thing with the pool. It's a need for me. Those 5 years I was overseas, I worked on yachts. Couldn't have done that if I couldn't swim. We live right near the ocean. We have a wonderful outdoor pool. We also have a wonderful ocean that's available in the summertime, yet people fight to save the outdoor pool. We need to save this indoor pool to keep people going all winter. What other activities can you see for really young children or really elderly people or people like myself that I also had a broken leg? I just came back from elbow surgery. I'm falling apart. But what other options would there be for me right now? I'm not going to go out and run in the ice. I can't. You know, it's just a bad time of year to be outside doing exercise, and it is a need. It's not just a want. Do I want to keep swimming? Of course. I need to keep swimming because I want to stay healthy. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, please. Anyone care to rise and speak? You got to be kidding me. All right, here we go.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Councilors. My name's Eric Anderson, 38 Georges Terrace in Portsmouth. I'll try and move away. I hope all the people that wanted to speak on behalf of the pool have stepped forward. I just wanted to depart from that. I've always taken interest in the CIP budget. I pick it up, I read it. It must be a little unusual to think that that's my reading material, but I just want to, congratulate the city manager for presenting the budget that he does, or the CIP as he does. It's readable, it's understandable. I learn a little bit more every year, and it's going to be the basis of what my comments are for this evening. I've looked at it, and some of the initial observations, or one of the initial observations, is that out of the $15 million, a little over $15 million that's been recommended for CIP projects this year, 50% of them, $7.9 million, is represented in bonding items. I don't know if this is high. I don't know if this is the norm. I don't know, but I think it's something that ought to be looked at, that 50% of this is represented in breaking out the credit card. I would like to try and relate it to some of people's personal economic experiences recently. As we all know, we're in we're in a little bit of a, we're in an economic crisis or an economic concerns. I think people's personal lives have probably changed this, and their habits have changed. And it's only that if it's suggested that people ought to watch their debt in their personal lives, it ought to be something that is manifested in government. Government should not say, do as I say and not as I do. And I hope that this type of momentum can start in a municipal discussion of how the city budget how these issues should be taken into consideration. Going from there, enterprise services, city and water, or water and sewer. It's there are some bonding projects. There are some costs related to this subject. It's not it's not a criticism, but it's not well described within the document that this is that the costs that are going to be absorbed in a capital improvement budget for this year for water and sewer enterprises are going to be reflected back in the rates, not in your tax rate as much as, but your fee rates. And it's not represented well how much those rates, or those fees are going to increase as we take on more bonding projects. I think this needs some explanation for the public to really understand the implications of these fees, or these, or the costs associated with these bonding projects, and so that there's a real understanding between what your tax obligation is going to be and your fee obligation. It's still, as far as I'm concerned, it's still coming out of the same pocket, and your revenue sources the citizenry of Portsmouth. It's concerning, I guess. I think the city manager has expressed that in previous comments in this discussion of this. Our course of fiscal sustainability is going to be very well challenged from here and into the out years of this, into the out years of this capital improvement project and other discussions. 2016, I believe, represents, we're going to be getting right, we're going to actually be stretching beyond the 10% limit, the bonding debt limit that is mandated for consideration by this council to not exceed. And that's just, that I believe is reflected in a document, not even including 2011, of what you're going to be deciding on. Just on the current projections of what our debt is right now, 2016 represents a year that we reach the limits of our bonding debt, of the bonding debt limits. The general fund, as I think it was described by the city manager, there was a request of a little over $2 million worth of projects. The planning board recommendations brought that down to about $1.5 million. It's pretty frugal. There's about 23 projects representing that $1.5 million. And it's going to be hard to, I think, even look further within that. But there are issues within the general fund, the $1.5 million, I think, that could be looked at. Not going to represent a lot. We have some items that, $75,000 in studies. I think it was under item 58, 63, and 67. There's some other things. I'll pass these comments forward for further detail. The bonding projections. I think that's the focus that that you really have to look at. That 50% of this bonding of this CIP is is breaking out the credit card. I've reflected some comments in here that I'll pass forward with detail to particular projects. One thing that kind of was brought up, and it was just as a question, I don't know where the answer is, but maybe I can find it, is in item 149, the water source augmentation project for $1 million, breaking out the credit card for that. The project is not well described. I just want to understand, is this $1 million going to be for a study, or is it going to be for a study and an action plan, or is it going to be for an action plan? Because I think that project ought to be looked at and representing $1 million of the $7.9 million that are going to be bonded out. The last thing, and it's with no malice to the program, but the rolling stock program. I think it's a legitimate program to have in this city. Right now it represents, I think, within what your concerns, $400,000 in this year's CIP. I look at it with I looked at it with some detail. There's some things that raise some questions in my mind. $15,000 lawnmowers that need to be, and what I don't understand very well, and although it was explained with regards to some of the bonding, concerns, is that the city goes out for a competitive rate for bonding, and I believe that's the interest rate. I don't know, and it's not well described, is the city's going to be spending a lot of money. How well is that competitive rate or that competitive bid process reflected into going out and spending that money? I'm not clear, and maybe it can be explained at some particular time. If you pass this as it sits right now, you pass $7.9 million for bonding. You only spend $7 million through some competitive bid process. You might get something cheaper here. You might get cost cut here. Maybe that can be explained to me. I just don't see it, and I just don't understand what happens if all of a sudden you bond out $7.9 million for bonding projects, but the costs come in less. What happens to the difference of that? What happens to the tax rate? What happens to a lot of the other issues behind it? I'm sorry. I see the city manager maybe agonizing there for a second. Maybe.
No, not really.
Okay. It's just an observation that I thought would hope to be some, for some clarity. We've got some, it's a challenging process. I don't envy your positions at all. With everything that's been said with regards to one particular item, the city pool, they're compassionate, and they make sense for where it makes sense. I don't know how you express the analogy that that is in front of you. I've kind of thought of it as the all-you-can-eat buffet. Portsmouth has done a great job. It's provided a tremendous amount of opportunity and accolades to the citizens, and many others. But maybe it's time that the all-you-can-eat buffet has got to be toned down. maybe the menu can't be as full as what it was before, just for the fact that the financial sustainability of the citizens, who are the revenue source of everything that is spent here, is challenged also. I know you have that sensitivity. I know you have that compassion to look at this budget a little bit more closely, and I hope that you do so. My comments are reflective of the work that I've done, and also on behalf of the Taxpayers Association, I'd like to pass these forward for distribution.
We'll accept those for the record. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Any other speakers this evening?
Mike Stasek, 31.
Mike, sorry to interrupt you there. City Manager?
Just, if I might, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I just want to clarify a couple of things because I think it's important for the public that are watching at home. Mr. Anderson mentioned the bonding. Again, let me just emphasize that the capital improvement plan, when it's adopted by the City Council, doesn't mean that money is set to be spent. So what will happen, as the Finance Director said, project by project, it'll come before the City Council the next fiscal year. So it won't be any one particular project, the entire amount will not be bonded at one time. It may be bonded at one time, but the actual authorization won't happen until we have individual reviews of each of those projects. Just like we did at the last City Council meeting and the council meeting before that, we dealt with things that were in the fiscal 10. I just wanted to just clarify that. The other thing I want to clarify is that we're not at our bonding limit. I think you did state that, and I think one thing you have to understand is there's a legal bond limit, which we're substantially below. We're not even close to that bond limit. What the City Council has done from a policy perspective has used that 10% limit, which helps give us a barometer of where we're at in our own borrowing. But those were good questions, and I wanted just to clarify that so everybody knows that we're not at our bonding capacity and that anything that the council approves in the capital plan has to go through the budget, and if it's a bonding item, it has to come back individually for a vote and a public hearing. Okay?
Okay, thanks for that procedural information. I believe your name was Mike. I didn't get the last name.
Mike Stasek, 31 Dearborn Street. I've been swimming in the pool since 1984, and I'd just like to second what a lot of people have said about their physical needs and their emotional needs and sense of community they get from the pool. When I came here in '84, I picked Portsmouth off the map in a way that I think a lot of people do. They look north of Boston and they choose cities that they think are special for one reason or another. In 1984, I looked at Newburyport and thought, kind of sandblasted and not so interesting looking. I looked at Portland, Maine, and I thought, kind of cold, kind of far north, not really what I'm looking for. I looked at Portsmouth. It was about a third tar paper shingles. There was a movie theater in Market Square that was kind of primitive, but it showed French films with subtitles. There was a groovy-looking cafe on State Street with a pink awning. There were artists that had a glass-blowing studio on Market Street, and there was an incredible pool. And I said, this is the place. And I moved here without knowing anybody and thought I'd found a special little place that I could call home. And since then, I've been a taxpayer. I've been a renter paying rent. I've been a homeowner paying taxes. I've been an artist, a teacher, and a landlord. And I've put a lot of sweat equity into renovating 2 old houses in this town. And I, like other people, ask, do I still want to be here? Because a lot of people look at this town and say, it's great or it was great, but I'm going to move on to the next thing. And some of us stay here. And it would be nice to be able to stay here and still feel proud of it. I still do. But for me, the pool has really been an important part of it. And I hope it stays.
Thank you.
Also, one more thing. Sure. For people who swim, we've swam in a lot of different pools in a lot of different towns. And that's a really good pool. It's got great light. It's got a great hot tub. It's got a great sense of community. And not every pool has that. Sometimes they're too big so that they're impersonal. Sometimes they're too expensive. They're too hard to reach. They're too hard to park at. Or for one reason or another, they're not a great pool. And that's a great pool.
Thank you. Our next speaker, please.
Bill St. Laurent, representing the Taxpayers Association, 253 Colonial Drive. I I'm just here in support of Eric Anderson's report that he just did. The association has taken different people, and they are working in different parts of the budget this year, and Eric was the one that had the luck to have the CIP. He seems to like to work on that one as it is. He's done it in years past. The only other thing that in going through this, the CIP is, as a counselor, I've always felt very strongly about, because it does overlook what we're going to be needing in the future, and it's a good forward look as to what could happen in the future. So I support the CIP. I always will. But the only things that in the CIP that and I'm having a lot of problems with, and I've always had problems with, is the studies that we look into. I'm hearing tonight there's a study on the space needs for the police department. It seems like we have experts in our city. We pay a lot of money to people, to managers in our city that, I mean, it seems like they would know their space needs without having to hire an outside corporation to come in and tell us what we need. And one of the studies that I'm seeing here is, here we are having putting this money away for the pool, and then we do a $65,000 study for a complex, which is not even related to with the pool situation, but here we have spent $65,000, which could have been part of the money to rehabilitate the pool. So I'm just very much opposed to a lot of the studies. I know there are studies that are needed, and a lot of times they're, you know, 8,000 or 9,000, 10,000. But, you know, when we're looking at $65,000 and $40,000, $50,000 studies, you know, I think they might be better spent with to go to our own experts. Steve Parkinson is a very intelligent, very knowledgeable person. Has worked for the city a long time. He should be a good source to tap for information like this. So, and just one other subject in going into the water and sewer. We're looking to bond a lot of money for a sewage treatment plant, and as rumors are flying now, a person who is now paying $600 a year for water and sewer bill, with this bond that goes in, and when this work is done, it's a possibility that their water sewer bill will increase to $24,000 a year. I mean $2,400 a year, which you add to our already tax rate would be a substantial amount to have to pay for a lot of residents. So please take that in consideration, and thank you very much.
Thank you. Public hearing is still open. Does anyone else care to speak?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council. Aaron Garganta, 423 Colonial Drive. I'm here to speak on a small project that's listed here in the Capital Improvement Project, and that's the sound barriers over at the Panaway Manor and Atlantic Heights neighborhood. From a CIP impact to the town's budget, it's very minimal. You've already spent your money in previous fiscal years. This is dollars that are 95% expected to be funded from the federal and state level. I guess what I'm here to ask you for is your support in any influence you might have at that level to help these two neighborhoods improve their overall quality of life, as well as improve our property values so we can enhance the city's coffers from that particular angle. I'm a third-generation resident of this town and a third-generation resident of the Panaway Manor neighborhood. I plan on staying there for a while, and I'd like to see that my investments that I put into my property in that neighborhood don't go for naught. It really is, from a quality of life standpoint, becoming a significant nuisance to a large portion of the neighbors out there who have difficulty opening their windows in the summertime for the noise that comes off the highway. Growing up as a kid, the loudest thing in the area was Pease Air Force Base, and quite frankly, that would be a welcome change to the noise, the consistent noise that comes off of I-95 on a daily basis. But if you think of the traffic patterns in the area, when we're resting and relaxing on holiday weekends, everybody is traveling up and down the highway to get to their destinations. So if you're staying at home for your holiday weekend, it's not a quiet, enjoyable, hang out in your backyard type of atmosphere. It is a consistent drone that just never ends. So anyway, I'd just like to keep it short and say we'd really appreciate your support. I know what the feds and the state are doing is really up in the air. It's not your money to spend, but again, any support you could provide to this particular project would be greatly appreciated. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Does anyone else care to speak this evening? I'll speak slowly in case someone gets the notion to do so. There we go.
Hi, my name is Rich Holzer. I'm from Kittery, Maine. I didn't want to talk if there were going to be a lot of Portsmouth residents who wanted to, so hopefully you won't mind a few minutes of your time. My dad died of a heart attack when he was 49. My brother had a massive heart attack when he was 51. I swim, and I think the only reason that I'm in good health today is because of the Portsmouth pool and similar places I've swum at. My mom has diabetes. My brother has diabetes. My sister has diabetes. Both of my grandmothers had diabetes. I don't. I swim at the Portsmouth pool. I haven't been a burden on the health resources in the area because of the pool. I worked in engineering for about 20 years, and now I'm a filmmaker. When I was in engineering, high-tech companies want bright people. They want to attract bright people. And the decision I made when I was working for these companies is, do you have a pool in the area that I could swim at? And one of the indirect values that I think a pool creates is that if you have high-tech companies that are getting top people, they're going to pay for places to live. They're going to keep property values in the area up. And that's a benefit that you don't see directly. There's a book called Bowling Alone, and they talk about something called social capital and communities that have a lot of social capital where people talk to each other and trust each other, have lower expenses like policing. And they say if you really want to keep your police costs down, don't hire more policemen. Do things that will increase social capital. And the pool is one of those kinds of things where a lot of people relate to each other. And finally, water quality. I swim in a lot of pools, and let me tell you, the Portsmouth pool has great water quality. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else who cares to speak in the public hearing this evening on the CIP? Please come forward.
Hi, my name is Jim Robertson, 865 Islington Street. I am a past competitive swimmer, and I have worked with the Portsmouth swim team in the past, and currently I do private lessons and training for some of these kids that are still on the swim team. All we have here are adults swimming, are adults talking right now. Unfortunately, we don't have the kids here to speak, basically because they're not taxpayers, but their parents are, and they all live in the community here. All the kids know that the pool's closing down, or the talk is about trying to close down the pool. 120 kids are on this team, Portsmouth swim team, wondering where they're going to go, where they're going to swim. Swimming is one of those sports where there is no season, true season, like baseball or football or soccer. No, it's a season that's basically goes 12 or almost 12 months a year. Some of them just 10 or 11 months, just so you can stay in shape and so you can exceed. And that's what some of these kids have chosen to be their sport. They've chosen this sport so they can succeed. And we've told them that if they try hard, work hard in practice, they will excel. And most of them do. We don't get as much publicity as football or baseball does. But to let you know, a regional meet that was held about 3 weeks ago in Massachusetts, where our swim team was able to go, and some other kids who were able to use the pool, we've had a number of top 3 finishers. We've had the most kids on that swim team go to an age group meet that I've seen since I've been in this area for 3 years and since I've been helping out. So trying to consider closing on this pool, yes, it does look good on paper, but what does it do for the kids? I mean, some of these kids do have the potential to swim in college, to actually get some of their college subsidized from swimming by making scholarships. But not only does swimming teach them a good value, teach them other good life lessons, how to work hard in other places in life, that if they work hard and put their mind to it, they're going to succeed too. I've been lucky enough to swim in multiple facilities across this nation. And I have to say that Portsmouth swim pool is probably in the top 25%. Yeah, it does look like people talk about it's run its dates and it's too old. I swam in pools that were built in the 1930s, and they're still in good shape, and they're still holding up, and they're still able to hold water in the pool. There's no algae growing in the pool. Like you see, I've been at some places where the water's murky, you can't even see where the next lane is, basically. But the air quality is good, you can breathe. And I don't see how closing down this pool is going to benefit anyone in this community, especially how well the pool schedule is done. The swim team only gets to use a minuscule amount of that pool. The other times are lessons for the kids or lifeguard training. And it would be sad to see where kids cannot get their swim lessons, and then all of a sudden our incidences on the seacoast, the drowning instances, start to rise. And then you start putting a value on what a kid's life is. And I'm sure no one wants to see a kid drown, especially in a seacoast community like ours. Thank you.
Thank you. Other speakers this evening? Does anyone, and I would again ask you, if you're going to speak, please at least get up close to the microphone so that we don't have to wait between speakers out of courtesy to everyone else. I'd appreciate that. If you
Good
please.
evening. My name is Alfred Arcity, and I'm the president of the Portsmouth swim team. I didn't come here really with the intention to speak, but after listening to Mr. Roberts, I just felt that I just wanted to add a few things.
Sir, your address, I'm sorry?
I'm not a resident. I live
That's
in Rye,
okay.
New Hampshire, but I am president of the team.
Okay.
And
one of the requirements of a public hearing is that we get the address of people if they come from Kittery, or it doesn't really matter that you're from out of town. It's perfectly appropriate.
Okay.
But it's just a procedure that we do follow.
Sure, okay. I just want to say that from a capital perspective, I think the team over the years has tried to work hand in hand with the city and with the high school in sharing equipment, raising funds for different pieces of equipment, and trying to work cooperatively. The pool's been a great place for the kids. We currently have about 120 kids involved in the swim team right now who depend on that pool, as Jimmy said, 12 months out of the year. The other thing is, more recently, the team has started running what they call USS meets, which brings teams from all over the area to come and compete at the Portsmouth swim team. And with those, they usually run 2 days so that we have people come from out of town, stay in Portsmouth, use Portsmouth hotels, restaurants, and facilities. So the team is trying to help contribute to the city as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further speakers this evening? Does anyone care to rise and speak about the CIP? Something in particular? Okay, I'm going to give you 3 ties. Once, twice. All right. Thank you very much for your courtesy. I'm going to close the public hearing. Very much appreciate the kindness and thoughtfulness that you offered your remarks with, and we'll take them under consideration. We're going to have a 5-minute recess, if that's okay with the council. Thank you again very much for coming out this evening. are second acts in politics, but there aren't many people left in the audience at this point, and so we'll proceed with the rest of our agenda. And at this time, we'll move to item 8, approval of grants and donations. The first being an acceptance of donations to the Coalition Legal Fund from the town of Eaton in the amount of $1,000. Do we have a motion to approve and accept?
Second.
Thanks. Moved, seconded, discussion. Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
None opposed, it's unanimous. Item B, acceptance of donations for Art Speak for overnight art, Centrix Bank and Trust, $250. Coughlin, Rainboth, Murphy and Lown, $1,000. Dos Amigos Burritos, $666.67. Russ Grazier Jr., First Giving, $46.25. Jumpin' Jay's Fish Cafe, $333.33. Portsmouth Candle Company, $25. Leanne Spees, $100. Need a motion to approve and accept the donation.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Discussion. Hearing none. All in favor?
Aye.
None opposed. That is unanimous. Item C, acceptance of donation for Art Speak from the Griffin Family Corporation in the amount of $250. Do we have a motion?
moved.
We've moved and seconded. Discussion. Hearing none. All in favor?
Aye.
None opposed. It's unanimous. We have no resolutions and ordinances for consideration this evening. We move to the consent agenda, which I will read through. In the first instance, if anyone would like to take something out, I don't see anyone moving to do so. So with that, I will read through them quickly. The first is a letter from William M. Lyons in support of the recreational facilities. The second is a letter from Nancy Pollard, President of Friends of the South End, requesting permission to hold the 6th Ferry House Tour on September 18, 19, 2010. Item C is a letter from Jim Nukas and John Tabor, Portsmouth Listens, requesting permission to close Parrott Avenue between the library and Rogers Street for the 3rd Annual Portsmouth Sustainability Fair on Saturday, May 8, 2010. Item D is a letter from Heidi Roy of the National Multiple Sclerosis Society, requesting permission to hold the 2010 MS Bike Seacoast Escape on Saturday, August 21, 2010. And then item E is a number of Art Speak application fees to be accepted. David Anderson and Jasmine Inglesmith, $15. Andrew and Amy Beal, $15. Donna Dodson, $15. Elizabeth Doherty, $15. Jennifer Ettinger, $15. Carly Golovinsky, $15. Craig Gray, $15. Ironwood Design, $15. J&J Steel and Stone, $15. Jeremy Leclerc, $15. Andrew and Jennifer Moore, $15. William Paulberg, $15. Vicky Silver, $15. Paul Stankiewicz, $15. And Bruce Teatro, $15. And three more items on the consent agenda. A letter from Todd Hansen, the race director, a New Heights board member, requesting permission to hold a road race on Saturday, March 14th at the Pease Tradeport. Item G, a letter from Marion Hallowell, Sexual Assault Support Services, requesting permission to hold a candlelight vigil at the Vaughan Mall on April 9, 2010. And finally, a letter from Stacy Baker Chalicki, Seacoast Repertory Theater, requesting permission to hold the 44th Annual Bow Street Fair on Saturday, July 17 and Sunday, July 18 from 10 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Before you call for the motion, sorry to do this out of normal, but I meant to pull H. I know normally we have the consent agenda.
That's fine. So let's vote A through G, and then we'll deal with H separately.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Discussion. Hearing none. All in favor?
Aye.
None opposed. It's unanimous.
I just want to mention that Todd Hansen is sat patiently through, and he's here for the New Heights race out at Pease Tradeport.
Thank you, Todd.
Good luck.
Okay, so we get to item H, and that is a letter from Stacy Baker Chalicki, Seacoast Repertory Theater, requesting permission to hold the 44th Annual Bow Street Fair on Saturday, July 17 and Sunday, July 18 from 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. on each day, and the preferred motion would be to move it to the city manager with power. If someone wants to make a motion to get it in play, and then we can either have motion practice. Okay, so we've got a motion. Second. Discussion, Council Smith.
Thank you. I've had some phone calls on this one. While I have not had anyone and at any time say that they do not want the fair to go on. There are some the traffic issues down there, cars being able to get through, things you've already heard this evening, as well as in the past year, I have heard people say that they weren't given enough notice of when things were, because they go around and leaf the doors, and some people weren't notified. I would really appreciate it if the city manager, when they sit down, will also sit down with maybe some representatives of some of the condo associations to work through the details and some of their issues out there to make sure that either if we can't move so that all of the tents that go up, because remember, the tents go up on Saturday morning and they stay until Sunday afternoon, either have them all on one side of the road or at least in areas where it narrows down so that we can be assured that emergency vehicles can get down there. Possibly also the options of allowing the residents who live there to be coming down the wrong way at the upper end of Bow Street to be able to access their driveways and parking lots, if those are considerations. But I just don't want the voices that came out tonight to not be heard. There are some serious issues, especially with, as it was says, the population that is there they're starting to get a little on the older side, and they're having more concerns. What Mr. Stebbins had said too, with his concerns about an accident that he had been through, and I think they're very valid concerns. Also, if there is a possibility of moving this off Bow Street and over to the parking lot, I know the city manager said that there was some discussions on there, but I'd really like that to be looked at as well again, to really be able to accommodate the residents that are down there.
City manager, you had indicated that you want to speak to this.
Just let the council know that we met with the group from the condominium associations back in November. Then we met with the Bow Street Fair representatives, and then we had another meeting back in February 11th to further discuss the issue, and we had representatives from both the Bow Street Fair or the Repertory Theater, along with representatives from condominium associations. We had the police, fire, public works at the meeting. The fire marshal was at the meeting, the deputy chief, who is the fire marshal, Steve Griswold, and we did talk about the issue of the ability to get through. I did, at that meeting, speak to the fire marshal, and if this was to go forward, he would assure that there was the travel lane. He has said in the past that the travel lane would be was made available. There is concern, of course, with response, and he felt comfortable with it. Now, I'll confirm that with him if this goes forward. Also, we did have a long conversation with the Bow Street Fair organizers about the location at Connie Bean. They had some concerns with that because of the size of the lot plus the location, but I can talk to them again about if we can spread this out. I can speak to them about that. We have met on many occasions, and we're at a point where that there is a belief from the fire department that they can maintain that travel way, and if the chief feels differently, I certainly would want him to speak now, but I believe the deputy chief has indicated that he can. There is concern with the parking, and we've been working on parking. John Frederick has been working closely with them as well. It has been a challenge for us as a staff to make sure that this goes forward. I mean, it's one of those things that as residents have developed down there, over 44 years they've had this fair, so there have been challenges. So we need to look at those and try to address those. But I just wanted to kind of let you know that we've already been meeting, we've been talking to people, and we said, well, it's up to, tonight it's on the agenda, and if it goes forward, we're going to have to meet and make sure we address all those issues. If it doesn't, well, then we don't have that problem.
I know normally
follow-up, Councilor Smith.
Thank you. I know normally we do not get follow-up reports on how you handle stuff when we pass it over, but maybe a memo out to us at the end of this one to hear how the concerns went through.
You mean a kind of a after-action type thing?
I'd appreciate it on this particular issue. And again, thank you for the indulgence of pulling it off the consent agenda in proper fashion.
Councilor Spear.
I think the city manager mentioned it briefly, but I just wanted to ask again, how old is the Bow Street Fair? How many years has it been
It's gone back to 1966.
44th annual.
Is that no, I didn't even read that. So is that the oldest, are there older fairs?
I don't know.
Market Square Day, I don't think it goes back that far.
70-something.
76.
Interesting.
Okay. Further questions, comments, Councilor Kennedy?
Just one of the calls I had, one of the concerns was recently they started kind of asking for a donation to enter the fair. It used to be a long time ago, you could just walk up and down. And that has been, there's some pressure in making that donation, and I don't know if we can give the residents of the street some kind of tag or something so they're not getting pressured into making a donation. And I actually, to be honest with you, have questioned that procedure on both ends where it's a public street and it's access, and and sometimes when you walk down it's very nice, and other times you feel quite pressured into making the donation. So maybe that's something that can be looked at and discussed, and if it's going to continue, maybe we can give it like a little resident badge or something so that there's no questions.
Okay.
Any further commentary on this item? They're ready to vote. All in favor?
Aye.
None opposed. Passes unanimously. Item 11A, presentation and consideration of written communications and petitions, a letter from Bill St. Laurent, Association of Portsmouth Taxpayers, regarding contract negotiations. It may have been already submitted, I'm not sure, but do we have a motion to place on file?
So moved. Second.
Discussion. Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
None opposed, it's unanimous. City manager's portion of the agenda, John Bohanko.
Thank you, Your Honor. The first item that I wanted to discuss is a report back on downtown parking. What I'd like to do is I'd like to have the planning director, Rick Tainter, come down and speak to this issue. As all of you are aware, there were some issues as relates to the parking impact fee in the downtown, and this was a letter that was referred to the planning board for report back. The letter was from Attorney Shames, and I'd like to have Rick speak to the issue and what the planning board's recommended action is.
Rick, if you please.
Yes, good evening, Mayor and City Councilors. As the City Manager said, this was referred to the Planning Board. The Planning Board did discuss it at its meeting on the 18th of February, and we took the two actions that were noted. First is to initiate a study process to look at alternative ways to deal with the financing of parking and managing of public parking in the Central Business District. And the board set up a focus group that included some planning board members, including Councilor Spear as the council's representative to the planning board, and some downtown property owners and people involved in real estate. We tried specifically to avoid, not to include people who had a very specific interest, people who are currently going through the development process, because there was concern about how that might be perceived as a conflict of interest. But
you might want to mention who's on the focus.
Okay, I'll try to remember the entire group. We have Mark McNabb, Bob Thorson, Jay McSherry, Steve Alley, Donald Coker from the Planning Board is chairing it. Rick Chelman, who is a transportation consultant who lives just outside the downtown area. I'm not sure whether I've missed anybody.
Peter Eagleston.
Peter Eagleston, that's right. Okay. And so that's the focus group. Obviously, it's a public meeting. The initial meeting of the group is going to be this Thursday at 7:30 a.m. In Conference Room A, and we'll see where we go from there. And again, the purpose of this would be to look at the system that has been in place since 1997, as replaced by the system that was changed by the zoning ordinance that went into effect on January 1st, and some other options. There's a whole range of options which we will be discussing, and looking for the expertise of those people who are actually owning and managing property in the downtown and dealing with the parking situation on a day-to-day basis. Also, on an interim basis, the Planning Board voted to recommend that the City Council enact an interim change in the zoning ordinance that would reduce the amount of the in-lieu payment from $5,000 per space to $2,000 per parking space not provided. Again, this is the $5,000 per space was designed to be a 50-50 sharing of costs between the private property owner and the taxpayer at large, or the general users at large. This would obviously bring closer to what it was on December 31st, before the zoning change went into effect, when it was $1,306 per space. And that essentially is the recommendation from the Planning Board to the Council.
Your Honor, in order to proceed, as part of that, there would have to be brought back for first reading that change that that Rick had mentioned. And so if by accepting the Planning Board's recommendation, we would bring back for first reading at the March 15th that change from $5,000 to $2,000.
So in terms of, the city manager has offered this agenda item, we would need a motion to accept the recommendations of the Planning Board if someone cares to make the motion. Council Caviello?
May I ask a question?
Sure, go ahead.
Procedurally, in the past, I recall there being 2 readings on one night for things in the past?
What would have to happen, what you always have to have the first reading. The second reading you would have, you would have a public hearing that night. There is the procedure that you could go to a third reading that night if you wanted to, but you would have to suspend the rules to do so. Is that correct, Bob?
Yeah, that's correct.
So it's 2 meetings instead of 3 is the best you can do.
Right.
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 Yes. Well, I'll make a motion then to follow through with the suggestions from the planning board.
Second that.
Motion seconded, discussion. Okay, Council Coviello, if you wish to speak to your motion.
This is in regards to the planning board's subcommittee. First of all,
It's actually a focus group. It's not a subcommittee.
Sorry.
Well, it does make a
I
difference.
understand.
Because
There's an importance in the words, and I should use it correctly. The focus group, first of all, what a wonderful group you put together. Very, very, very strong people in this group. I thank you for that. And I have a question in my mind in thinking about this, in that one of the reasons why we enjoy having a nice downtown is that it should offset taxes, because we have a lot of business growth and it offsets your residential taxes. And as a resident, I pay property tax on my driveway. And so there's that thing we're struggling with is, why should these people not have to provide parking since residents have to provide parking is. So the question I wish that in a perfect world, this group would come up with a answer for is, how much of a tax benefit are residents seeing that maybe that they should be paying for this parking garage through these fees? You see what I'm getting at? I don't know if I'm making myself very clear, but there's some benefit to having businesses downtown. There's benefits for the city to provide parking for those businesses, even though it comes out of the parking revenue fund. I understand that. If we could possibly quantify that, that would be really great for making an argument in my mind on why the fee should be lowered or raised or whatever. Because right now we're kind of ignoring that and just saying $5,000 fee, might get 3 people in a day to use it, and that would pay for the cost of space. But there's some benefit that I'm receiving in my taxes. So if we could get some way to quantify that, that'd be really fantastic. That was my point.
Thank you, Council Coviello. Council Smith, did you have a hand raised?
I did, and it was more to the point the city manager was starting to allude to, and that was the difference between the focus group as opposed to a study committee. A subcommittee, because as I understand the rules, we can do subcommittees, but focus groups, I guess, fall under a different.
Well, the thing is that a subcommittee truly would be members made up exclusively from that group. The focus group is really trying to find a broad spectrum of people to bring in, and that's primarily the way they're looking at it.
I just recall when the creation of the Safe Routes to School Committee was put together. It was done in a similar fashion and had been reworked. So I just wanted to make sure that this was
noted
the way it's supposed to be made.
Yep, Councilor Kennedy.
I just have a question because it was brought up to me and I really didn't know the correct answer. Why is restaurants only charged this impact fee and not every business down there? And I'm not sure what the rationale or what the history is behind it, but I think that needs to be looked at or at least given out because no one seems to know, and I'm just curious. Maybe you have an answer.
Well, first of all, again, terminology is important, and this is technically not an impact fee. I know that this term has been used around quite a bit. It's not an impact fee because that is something that the city actually doesn't have for anything. It's a very specific legal thing. This is a payment in lieu of providing spaces. But the reason, to answer your question about the restaurants, there was a lot of discussion during the writing of the zoning ordinance as to whether it would just be fine to exempt all first floor uses from any parking requirement. What we did is we reduced parking requirements across the board in the downtown, but we left some parking requirements, and the issue was that restaurant uses, because that was the kind of the peak user, and it was a time of day when restaurants drew a lot of people into the city, whereas most of the downtown spaces tended to be in and out and pedestrian uses. There was a concern that by removing that requirement, that it was just opening up the downtown to having much more congestion at that particular time of day, the early evening hours, particularly on weeknights and weekends as well. So that discussion, as a result of that discussion, it was just determined to leave parking requirements in for restaurants, even though they had been taken out for other first-floor uses. That's something we're obviously going to go back and look at as part of this focus group process.
So we'll get some informational in the report back on that if we vote it. Councilor Noveline-Claiborne.
I just have a question. I guess it's a logistical one. This focus group, how long do you suspect it'll take for them to come to a conclusion?
I think they're trying to have this back to the planning board because it's going to be a resource for the planning board.
Yeah, I would expect that it would be no more than 2 months. Ideally, it'd be 1 month, just one month period, but it just happens that I'll be away on vacation for 1 week of that period, so it's just going to be very difficult to do in 1 month. So I think we're going to try to get back to the planning board in 2 months. Then the planning board needs to actually put together its recommendation for how to change the zoning, and then it obviously comes back to you. That's why we're talking about this interim period of rolling back the payment amount.
I guess I was wondering if it would take as long as for us to go through the process of having the interim by the time that
You'd be able to
gets
do
back.
this within a month, so essentially, and so you'd be able. So I think that it's better to do this. The other point about this, I think, is that we don't know what's going to happen in the next month or so in terms of development coming in, and so I think one thing that I've spoken to the city attorney about is to make sure that the ordinance that you adopt is retroactive, so that if somebody comes in for an expansion in the next and needs to try to get a restaurant needs to get in before the summer season begins, that they can do that with some confidence that they'll be able to get essentially refunded if they have to do that.
Further questions or commentary? Thank you. Okay, we have a motion pending, duly seconded and discussed. Ready to vote? All in favor?
Aye.
None opposed. That passes unanimously.
Thank you, Your Honor. The next item is request to change location for the city manager's fiscal 11 budget public hearing. And as you've seen from my memo, I'm requesting the city council authorize me to change the location of the public hearing for the fiscal 11 budget on April 14th, 2010, and its continuation on May 10th, 2010. I'm recommending that the public hearing take place at the Portsmouth High School auditorium at 7 p.m., and that would be a motion that I would require.
Do we have a motion regarding the city manager's recommendation?
So moved.
Second.
Moved, seconded. Discussion, Council Smith.
Will it still be televised?
Unfortunately, when the renovation happened at the school, Comcast did not replace the drop there, and so it can't be televised. But we will tape it and we will run it.
Thank you.
Okay. With that, any further discussion on the location change? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
None opposed, that's unanimous. Item 3.
Your next item, Your Honor, I'd like to have the city attorney speak to. It's the trustees of the trust fund proposed revisions to Prescott Park dock policy. It's similar to what you've seen last year, but just an adjustment in the fees.
Most members of the council will recall that last year at this time, the city council authorized the trustees of trust funds to rent certain of the boat slips at Prescott Park for the summer season. Trustees perceived that it would be a more efficient way to operate the Prescott Park and would increase income from the boat slips. What you have in front of you now is this year's version of the same thing that happened last year. It has no changes of consequence, frankly, and the trustees would request that the council approve the policy.
Okay, thank you for that explanation. Do we have a motion to approve the trustees of the trust fund proposed vision for a revision to the Prescott Park dock policy as presented?
So moved.
We have a motion, we have a second.
Second.
Discussion. Council Kennedy.
I guess I'm not sure where the city plays in local businesses, but I always have to question when we undercut businesses. And basically, with this price of $100, it's an undercut of most marine businesses in our community, and in some cases quite substantially undercut. And so, I understand supply demand, but I have a hard time when a community entity or a city entity, a nonprofit organization, undercuts other entities that are trying to make a profit and try to pay taxes on properties. So I would question that amount, and I would question why the $100, and maybe we should look at more competitive with other marinas in the area.
That's Council Kennedy's conversation regarding the motion. Does anyone have anything else to say? Councilor
Is it
Melvin
$100 per boat foot, correct?
Yes.
If you have a 20-foot boat, that's $2,000, correct?
Right.
That's not a competitive rate?
It's quite substantially below other marinas, yes.
Any further discussion on this issue? Hearing none, are we ready to vote?
If I may.
Councilor Smith.
Have we looked at issues before where we start to go into private industry and how we're pricing things?
You mean like our pool versus the Gold's Gym pool?
Exactly. Have we ever looked at those type of those fee structures before, or even on the fees committee? Have they?
Well, if I might, Your Honor,
Please.
with regards to the trustees of trust, that does not come under the fees. That was something that they brought forward on their own. With regards to the fee committee, we do look at the private sector, but one thing that we would have to look at is not only the private sector's pricing. This is a standalone pool, so the private sector, for example, Gold's has other opportunities within there besides the pool. There are also issues that we talked about tonight, the whole issue of what is the role of local government or government in general as relates to how it wants to charge for fees. And historically, the city has not charged substantial amounts of money for the pool or rec programs. We've been able to recover costs in some instances, but we've tried to, the rec department has tried to keep those fees competitive with other surrounding towns to stay within the realm of those. But we have not been doing a study specifically for private businesses, because a lot of times there are more activities that go along with, let's say, a membership. Another perfect example would be the Y. The Y has other things that goes along with it as well for membership to the pool. So we haven't, but the fee committee is actually would make a recommendation, and I would that if something changes on the pool, that they'd be willing to, that the fee committee would look at what was going to be proposed by the group. So we're trying to keep an open mind.
Okay. So back to the piers and the dock and so forth. Any further discussion on that point? Motion pending. Councilor Noveline-Clayburgh.
If I recall from last year, we didn't actually sell out these slips, correct?
Correct.
So I understand Councilor Kennedy's point, but it doesn't seem like, I think it's a good thing for the city to offer this to its residents. It might not be a competitive rate, but it didn't sell out overwhelmingly when it first was offered to our community. So I just wonder if we should try it again for another year and see what happens.
Councilor Hetman?
There's a question, without looking back, the CIP has, I think, $250,000 to repair docks. Is this the same docks? We're talking about the same docks?
I'd have to look. I'm not sure, to be honest.
So we got $250,000 spending on docks that we charge less than the free market.
Well, I don't know, Counselor. I'll have to take a look at that. Oh. I mean, we could table it. I mean, it's fine. I don't know specifically about that. Do you, Bob?
No, I do not.
Well, seeing no one rise from the back of the room on that issue, Councilor Coviello, then Councilor Kennedy.
I propose we postpone this decision until next meeting so we can get a report back on some of these items.
Well, you make a motion to table.
No, we make a motion to postpone, I believe. The
attorney?
Well, this is a little conflict between the traditional Portsmouth practice, which would be to use the word table, or the more correct view under Robert's Rules of Order, which would be postpone.
Or I could just withdraw it.
Well, it's a motion pending, so he can't withdraw it now. So well, maybe he can.
Can I specify what I was looking?
Do you want to move to postpone?
Yes.
We'll get the page number.
I'll move to postpone. Specifically, I would like to find out if these docks are the same ones we are asking for $250,000 in our CIP plan.
Okay. So you've got but it's a motion to postpone in the first instance.
Right.
Period. Okay. The other is. We have a motion to postpone. We need a second. We need a second.
Second.
We have a second. Now, he made an additional remark or spoke to his motion before we had a second, which I hope will all agree in me not ruling out of order, because I missed the second. So with that, we may be able to identify this evening the dock, but if we can't, we can just, I'll talk for a little bit here.
He found 57.
Page 57.
And it's 200,000, not 250.
200,000.
That is the dock, sorry.
I guess that's the same dock. There are two sets of docks.
They have to be the same docks.
They're
the
not
only
the
docks.
same, but they're
One set
additional
of
docks to
docks.
that, yeah.
I think that's it.
These aren't the concrete dock system, I don't believe, but I don't know, I'd have to check that.
We
These
didn't
are
vote on
floating.
the CIP
Yeah,
yet.
but
Half of them are floating.
half of them are, yeah. We could check that, but I think what they're doing is they're trying to look to, none of this would be spent, if you look at the capital plan, this is all public partnership. So there's no general fund money, no enterprise fund. This is something that if they're able to find, if I believe what they're asking is if they can get a private vendor come in and do this, they would have a private vendor come in. That's what they're asking for in this.
Okay, so we have some clarification here. We're back down. The motion has been, it's been moved to postpone, although, do you still wish to, yes, Council Coviello?
If I'm willing to withdraw my motion if I just want to clarify what John said, if I can ask. So there would be no city dollars.
There is no city dollars identified in this at all.
Motion.
Okay, withdraw. Is that acceptable to the second?
Yeah, all right.
Okay, thanks. Council Kennedy.
My question is, I guess I'm having a hard time to believe at that rate that it was not filled last year, and I didn't realize that. So, I don't remember that. I remember now that. Why wasn't it filled last year, and what happened?
May I, Your Honor?
Please.
The reason why it wasn't filled last year is that a number of prospective renters of the slips found that they were, although the location near downtown was desirable, in virtually every other respect, these slips did not compete well with private marinas. The parking situation was not good. There was no space for storage of marine equipment. The ability to secure electricity and water was, it was all reasons like that.
And are those reasons still in place now?
Yeah, nothing's changed with
There's no facilities down there.
All right, then I'm all right with it.
Basically, you come in.
Ready to vote?
Yes.
Yes.
All in favor?
Aye.
None opposed? It's unanimous.
Your Honor, that's all I have under items for action. And I have some items listed. If there are any questions, I'd be more than happy to try to answer them.
Questions for the city manager before we proceed? Seeing no one ask, I'll proceed with the mayor's portion of the agenda. I have an appointment to be considered, Robert Mahefka, for the Economic Development Commission, and then appointments to be voted, Liz Boudreau, Pierce Island Committee, Linda King, Pierce Island Committee, James Russ, Pierce Island Committee, John Simon, Pierce Island Committee, Arlene Corriveau, Pierce Island Committee, Harold Hapgood, Pierce Island Committee, Stephen Marison, Pierce Island Committee, Robert Pollard, Pierce Island Committee, Richard Smith, Pierce Island Committee, Harold Whitehouse, Pierce Island Committee, Anthony Blenkinsop, Planning Board, Mary Liz Geffert, Planning Board, William Gladhill, Planning Board, Paige Roberts, Planning Board, Peter Bresciano, Taxi Commission, Frank Daggett, Taxi Commission, James Feely, Taxi Commission, Joel Look, Taxi Commission, John Connors, Traffic and Safety, Ronald Cipher, Traffic and Safety, Ted Gray, Traffic and Safety, and Brad Lown to the trustees of the trust fund. And those need to be voted this evening. Do we have a motion?
So
to approve?
moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Discussion. Hearing none. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
None opposed. Thank you very much. And with that, we move on to Assistant Mayor Noveline Clayburgh, Councilor Hetmanik, and Councilor Spear. Does anyone care to speak for that august body? Councilor Noveline Clayburgh.
Well, we would like to.
Assistant Mayor Noveline Clayburgh.
We would like to move to suspend the rules in order to reconsider the action of the City Council at the November 16th, 2009 meeting regarding percent for arts appropriation in the amount of $36,939.
Okay, so the motion pending is the motion to suspend. We're not necessarily speaking on the merits. We first need to get to the suspension of the rules. So does anyone want to speak on suspension?
We need a second.
I'm sorry, we need a second.
A second.
We got a second.
6 votes.
Thank you. We need 6 votes. So do we want to, are we ready to vote? Councilor Kennedy?
I respect this and I understand this, but I do think that I want to see the statue there is moved up to the fire station too.
Councilor Kennedy, I'm just going
Oh,
to
I'm sorry, that's right. That's
respectfully ask
Oh,
that,
no,
that,
you're right,
that
you're
should
right.
this pass, we then have another motion. And then I think you'll get a chance to offer that. So any more discussion on the motion to suspend? All in favor of a motion to suspend?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It's unanimous. Okay, now what? Assistant Mayor Mabeline Clayburgh.
Do I speak to the motion?
Well, you're going to need to make a motion.
Oh, I have to make a motion. Okay, I would
A
like to
motion
make
to rescind.
I would like to make a motion to rescind $36,939 for art at the brand-new Fire Station 2.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Discussion. Care to speak to your motion, Councilor? Assistant Mayor?
Well, the city manager was kind enough to enclose in our packets the present statue that's at Fire Station 2. I guess we call it Rusty. You see it's a fireman escorting a child down the ladder. It is my understanding that this sculpture is being moved to the new fire station, and I believe that this statue is spectacular, emotional. It captures the climate of what our fire department does, and I think this is adequate for the art that is required for the new fire station. And based on this economic climate that we're in, I think we should think about not funding this money at this time for this project. I think there is in the ordinance a part of the ordinance that says other events could prevent the money from being appropriated, and I think that in this case it's necessary not to appropriate the money due to the tight budget that we're facing and the state of our economy.
Thank you, Assistant Mayor. Who was next? I think Councilor Harmonic, were you next? No, Councilor Spear.
Councilor Spear.
I have a question and then a comment. The question is, we've already authorized the bond for the full amount for the fire station project, and so presumably the 1% would have come out of the funds for the building. And now that if we pass this motion, does that mean the building committee then can expend it on the regular building, or explain the mechanics of it, I guess?
Well, let me just say, the fire chief is here tonight, but what we've tried to do, the fire chief and his staff, along with city staff, Steve Parkinson and Dan Hartree, we are endeavoring to try to bring this under budget. And so our attempt is to try to do the best we can to bring it under budget and say to the council at the end of this project that we have some funds left over. They're working very hard. I know the chief and Steve Parkinson and Dan Hartree are working very hard with the construction manager to see if we can bring our project on the budget. So this would add to that. If it went, it would not go specifically to an item unless there's an item that we feel was absolutely necessary. But I know that we've been trying to hold the line, as the council asked us to do, and hopefully we will be able to bring back, be able to return some money on this project, and hopefully it'll be on the budget.
Okay.
So I wanted to...
Councilor Spear, follow up on that?
Yeah. This kind of, I think this was actually a question that at the public hearing, Eric Anderson was asking, what happens when the project comes in under the amount that we've already gotten a bond for, and you've gotten the full payment, then does it come into?
We pay down the bond.
Pay down the bond. Okay, and then I have a comment about the motion. I'll be voting in favor of the motion. I voted against a similar motion back in November because I really do support the ordinance that this was coming from, and I really don't want this to happen. But what I find occurring every time we have a discussion amongst voters out there about this year's budget, we have a hard time getting past this. To me, it's become an unnecessary, difficult distraction. We have a lot of meaningful decisions we have to be making in the next few months with all the departments. And the first thing people say to me is, what about that fire station art? And I want the discussion to move past that. And so to me, this is a way to do that. So I'll be supporting the motion.
Additional commentary, Councilor Kennedy.
I guess it's more of a question. Is the if we don't put is it 14,000 anyway to move the fire statue, or what's the amount of money?
Point of information for John.
Okay, the cost that's already been budgeted is $14,500 for the, to move the sculpture to the new fire station.
And is that in this 36, is this part of the 36, or is that
No,
separate?
that's separate.
Okay.
That's the information I've been provided. Unless somebody has other information, I believe that's already been a line item within the budget.
Councilor Lister.
I'd just like to say, I would also like to support the motion. I think in this economic times, we need to really be conservative, and I would like this not to be seen as us not supporting the arts, especially with the number of people that have come before us, and we all do support the arts, but I think we also need to be looking at issues like this and thinking about the budget, and with the economy the way it is and the budget that we have to face, we're asking everybody to think out of the box, and this is a good example of it.
Further discussion on this issue? I'm going to pass the gavel to the Assistant Mayor and ask to be recognized.
Mayor Farini.
I will not be supporting the motion, not because I don't think it's a good idea. I think it's a reasonable suggestion, but I have a couple of comments to make. First of all, I think it's important to remember that this is regarding a very little amount of money every year on a bond, and it is not an operating expense. My preference would have been, and I'm not going to make a motion to amend, would have been to see $14,000 of this money spent in lieu of the line item, simply because it was part of what we bonded for that purpose to move the existing statue. But I'm not going to go forward and make that motion. I do think that as we have other votes, it's good that this comes up at this time. As we have other votes that come forward on public art or consideration of public art for other public buildings, we can be mindful of it. We did craft the ordinance so that we had just this sort of an opportunity should we not agree for one reason or another. But in the end, I think that I will support it simply because I think that the ordinance in the first instance is in the best interest of the city. I also think, though, that going forward, and I've already voted for it, and that's how I feel about it, but going forward, I think that we're going to have to carefully look at each building in public art and again, make considerations that are due to economic times, and the ordinance is crafted in a way that allows us to do that, as is proved by the motion to rescind here this evening. So I'll take the gavel back and ask for a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Chair votes opposed. Passes 7-1. With that, we move on to Councilor Spear, item D.
Thank you. I'd like to make a motion to bring back for first reading in 2 weeks to change the ordinance, the city ordinances regarding traffic detail, to be able to use certified flaggers under the direction of the Director of Public Works, and the exact fancy legal language I'm hoping the city staff will be able to come up with in a couple weeks.
Well, we've got a motion. Before it even gets seconded, let me just offer this. This is a motion to bring it back, and language is going to become an issue when it comes back, if it comes back as a result of a vote. So that's fully understood within the ambit of what you're offering here. So we need a second to what Councilor Spear is doing if we're going to further discuss this. We have a second. Discussion.
Yeah.
Councilor Spear, speak to your motion.
Thank you. One of the things that I think we're all aware this year, especially with the budget, one of the reasons the budget is so tight this year is retirement costs are escalating so fast. And I'm on the legislative subcommittee that we meet with the representatives from Concord. We've been discussing this issue for a couple of years, and one of the issues that we keep getting hammered on, especially from Concord, is the private duty. And in our case, especially in our case, and the city manager can address some of the technical issues, but we're looking at a $10 million exposure depending on how the state law takes effect July 1st, due to some of this private duty that happens near retirement time. And I think the motion that I've proposed, using certified flaggers with the help of the Director of Public Works, allows us to continue to do construction in streets without compromising any safety, but keeping our long-term budget more in line with what we can afford. So that was the reason I brought it forward as a motion, and I'm hoping we'll have enough votes to bring it back for first reading in a couple weeks.
Thank you, Councilor Spear. Councilor Smith, then Councilor Kennedy.
Thank you. I won't be supporting this motion, and for a lot of reasons. But the first off is this overall safety. First of all, flaggers, it's a misconception that they're required at every single project. They're not. But I think overall what we have to be thinking of here is a safety issue. And are we safer to have a police officer there or a flagger there? If you want certification of these flaggers, who's the one that's certifying them? Is it the city certifying them? And if it's the city certifying them, are we now taking on the liability issues that go along with that? What I would like to do instead is ask for a compromise and that this gets sent to the Traffic and Safety Committee for a full study and report back to City Council so that we have an opportunity to find out if there are instances where we need police officers and maybe loosen up the constraints in other areas. As the ordinance is now written, it is not required at every project. The current ordinance, I happen to have it in front of me, says that it's construction and reconstruction, paving, and any other type of road work on or upon arterial and collector streets, or construction of new streets that will extend or become arterial or collector streets. That's not every street in the city. What those are the streets where you have significant traffic. And I certainly would not want to be one just to take this out because of a budgetary issue, which I am very well aware of, and then have one person get hurt. There were issues this past construction season where they hit a gas main on several locations in the city. Thank goodness we had a police officer there with a radio to make sure that everyone was notified and we can start getting evacuations. I'm not saying that the idea does not hold merit, but I think it has to be something that is studied and looked at, and if we are going to rewrite an ordinance, it has to be done with safety of not only the construction crews, but those who are trying to maneuver around the city in mind. So I would ask for, if we are to move forward with this, that it be sent to Traffic and Safety for a report back and a full study.
Okay. Well, is that a motion to amend or is it not?
It is.
All right. It's a motion to amend. Does it have a second?
I will second that.
We have a second. Discussion. Councilor Kennedy, sorry the motion to amend snuck in there, but if you want to speak now.
Well, actually, it kind of goes along with that. I guess I'll kind of go over the title a little bit. But in honor of Councilor Dwyer, who cannot be here tonight, she made a very good statement. We've talked about this in the past. And one thing she said is we trust our children with crossing guards that are not certified police officers. I drive 33,000 miles a year, and I'm all over the state. And since the passing of the law, it's amazing how many flaggers I have that are not, or I see that are not wearing a police uniform, and they're doing a great job. I agree that this job can be done by others, and in accordance to the ordinance, and maybe the city owes me some money, when I had to have a construction on the street, I had to pay, and I'm on the corner, no one really comes down, they walk down there, but they don't drive, and I had to pay for a police officer to come, and so they could hook me up to the sewer system when I first bought a house. So maybe the ordinance is that way, however, I did have to pay for a police officer, and I'm not on a main artery. I would say that it's time to look at it. Many other places have. It's probably over time to look at it. And, you know, I'd welcome retired police officers. If they'd like to, they can still do flagging and be part of it. But I think it's time to move on. So I'm not going to be in favor of Mr. Smith's, or Councilor Smith's motion.
Okay, so I'm going to ask people when they speak now not to speak to the motion in chief, but to speak specifically to the motion to amend offered by Council Smith, which is to refer this to Traffic and Safety and not have it come back as suggested by Councilor Spear. Discussion on that aspect of the motion. The motion to amend.
The motion to amend. The
Councilor
reason I seconded that was because I'm looking for more information. I'm looking for an opportunity to be able to maybe talk to the police chief about that, to be able to get information from other cities that put this into effect and use flaggers that are not police officers, and keep the retirement issue at this point off the table, and be able to just talk about what the issues, talk about public safety, and look at it that way. Again, thinking about the process we're trying to go through here and to work as a community. I need more information before I was able to vote on it.
Councilor Lister. Any further discussion on this? We ready to vote on the amendment? I'm going to pass the gavel and speak to the amendment.
Mayor Farini.
I do not support Councilor Smith's motion to amend. I believe that we could proceed by having the Chief of Police and other selected people be present for presentation before the potential first reading of that, and we would have an opportunity to engage in question and answers, and that's certainly something that we could do. I see no reason to delay this. I think we're all competent to ask those questions of competent professionals who can provide answers to them, so I do not intend to support Councilor Smith's motion to amend. Further discussion? Okay.
Sir.
I'm sorry, Councilor Coviello.
I would just ask, I'm sure it's going to happen anyways, that the head of Public Works is here, Steve Parkinson, during that.
Okay, well, let's get through this. Noted. We'll get there after, depending upon what happens with this amendment. Because if it passes, then we'll have another discussion. So, Councilor Smith.
I just want to reiterate, there's a reason why we have a Traffic and Safety Commission. If you start looking at doing issues like this on the fly, we have all seen what happens when we start making motions and we start making changes to our ordinances without it truly being studied by the boards and commissions. When we had an issue with the parking fees, we sent it back to the planning board. I respect that and request that only courtesy goes back to another board, Traffic and Safety, because if you're trying to save retirement dollars at the risk of putting somebody at safe, that's not the reason to try to save money.
Thank you, Councilor Smith. Further discussion on the motion to amend. Motion to amend is before us. It's been discussed, seconded, etc. We're ready to vote. We'll have a roll call. All in favor?
Aye.
Roll call. So, I'm sorry, roll call means I don't have to say all in favor. We need the city clerk to do it. Do that one by one. My apologies.
It's okay. Excuse me, we're voting on whether it should go to Traffic and Safety.
The amendment.
Correct. Councilor Smith's motion to amend.
Assistant Mayor Noveline Claiborne.
No.
Councilor Lister.
Yes.
Councilor Hetmanic.
No.
Councilor Spear.
No.
Councilor Coviello.
No.
Councilor Kennedy.
No.
Councilor Smith.
Yes.
Mayor Freeney.
No. We are now back to the motion in chief for further discussion. And Councilor Coviello, you indicated that as part of the presentation in advance, informational, you would like to have Public Works present as well.
Thank you.
I'd inquire of the city manager, too, if there are any other people that might be appropriate for us to bring forward in that presentation.
Well, what I'd like to do is prior to the 15th, I'd like to talk to the chief and Public Works Director and get some more information and have that available.
And if the council's comfortable with me making this representation, in the event they determine in their wisdom that there might be another individual or two or whomever that needs to speak to us,
I'll bring them.
They'll bring it forward so that we make sure that we have as full of information as possible under the circumstances for us to take whatever action we will. Councilor Spear.
Yeah, I just want to add that we're going to vote tonight, and if it passes, we vote on first reading. Then we vote on second reading, public hearing, and vote on third reading. And there's plenty of opportunities during those times for those types of input from the community to take place.
And for the record, typically we ask for the presentation at second reading.
Right.
But in this instance, I think, given the nature of it, we might end up seeing the presentation at both. We'll keep that under advisement, but just so that I express some good intent as to having that available. Councilor Smith.
Thank you. I also request that next time something like this comes up, that we follow our own rules of rule number 9 of having a written report.
Okay, further discussion? Hearing none. We'll have a roll call vote, please.
Sorry. Assistant Mayor Noveline Clayburgh.
Yes.
Counselor Lister.
Yes.
Counselor Hetmanic.
Yes.
Counselor Spear.
Yes.
Counselor Coviello.
Yes.
Counselor Kennedy.
Yes.
Counselor Smith.
No.
Mayor Freeney.
Yes. We now, before we move to, or maybe as we move to miscellaneous, no, I'm sorry.
Counselor Smith.
Counselor Smith, and then miscellaneous, I'm going to ask another counselor to talk about other issues. But Counselor Smith.
Thank you. First one is an informational item, and that is on Wednesday, March 31 at 7 o'clock in these chambers. We're going to be having a open meeting of looking at the Worth lot as a possible site for the new municipal lot and getting feedback in from the public. Hopefully it will be well attended. Next item I have is I'd like to make a motion to accept the action sheet of our traffic and safety meeting, not that it matters, of February 11th. There was nothing in here that has any changes to an ordinance.
So we have a motion to approve and accept the action sheet. Counselor Smith?
I think, Your Honor, if I might.
Yep.
May I
And the
just
first
make-
one was Parrot Avenue. I'm
Parrot,
sorry.
yeah.
I apologize. It was Parrot Avenue, not the Worth lot.
Right.
Okay, noted on the report. So a motion to approve and accept the, pardon me?
You need a second.
Second.
We have a motion, we have a second on the action sheet minutes of the Traffic and Safety Committee meeting. Discussion? Hearing none. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Yes.
We have one opposed. And then item 3.
Same thing. I'd like to make the motion to accept the action sheet of our parking committee, which was held on February 11. Again, I'll be happy to answer any questions. There was nothing in there that requires an ordinance change.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Discussion? Hearing none. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Yes.
One opposed. And that is that.
If I may, just from one more item, it was under the informational that the city manager had before, and that's the capability of taking online payments now through our city website. That just came online today, and the first things that we're able to do is do the parking committee, doing parking tickets, so people now can pay for their parking tickets online as opposed to coming down to City Hall.
Thank you, Councilor Smith. At this point, I'd like to, by prearrangement, put City Councilor Jerry Hetmanic on notice and ask him, in the absence of Councilor Dwyer, if he could just briefly bring us up to speed as to the goings-on with the JBC.
Sure, I'd be delighted if I could try to fill in for Councilor Dwyer. As you know, we selected architects back in December. They're cranking away. We're starting to see some preliminary detailed designs. But the most important thing that recently happened is a committee was established to select or sort through construction manager applicant firms. And there were about 10 firms that applied. That group was sorted down to one, and this past Wednesday night, the Joint Building Committee selected a company called Gilbane to be the construction manager, subject to approval of a contract, or negotiation of a satisfactory contract. Gilbane is a very well-established company, nationally ranked. They've won numerous awards across the United States. They're well-equipped to do chips and leads. And they've done, off the top of my memory, over 30 schools in the last few years. Not few years, but maybe 20 years. So that they no building schools for K through 12. They just finished a phased construction project in Keene of a school, and the construction team from that school is going to be our construction team. They're used to very tight sites, and coincidentally, the construction manager lives in Dover, but used to live in Portsmouth, a couple blocks from the middle school, so he knows the city pretty well. So they seem to be up and running, even though they haven't been selected yet, and a very competent group. Construction manager really builds the project, and working with the architects, this is really important to get them hired early because they do value engineering between the two, and they understand what they have to build, and the architects design it so they can build it. So it was a major step, and we're making good progress, I think.
Thank you, Councilor Hetmanic. Any questions for Jerry?
Yeah, if you don't mind.
Councilor Coviello.
Thank you, Mayor. Was the qualifications, or was the selection based solely on qualifications, or did they give a cost estimate in their package?
They were involved in providing some of the preliminary data that the cost estimate was based on. the original estimate of, I think it was 37.5, and they're looking at updating all the costs, and in a few weeks will give us a new estimate. They're actually thinking the cost could be coming down a bit.
Councilor Spear, do you care to weigh in on that one?
Yeah, the four firms that were whittled down for the selection process all gave costs for their own services, and Gilbane was in the range of the other firms.
So just for their services, and not for the cost of the school?
For this, Councilor Hedmanek was talking about the entire project. He's correct in that independently, Gilbane happened to be approached by JCJ to get some cost estimates.
Okay,
but then this time, just for their services.
Thank you.
Further discussion. Thank you, Councilor Hetmanik. So we are in the realm of miscellaneous unfinished, and if there's nothing in that on that item, then we're in the world of adjournment.
So moved.
We have motion to adjourn second? Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you and good night.